So, same general rule as yesterday. I am not doing great. But of course I can't lay down because it's me. So, we're going to sit here, we're going to stream, I'm going to do the best I can until I can't anymore. And when I run out of steam, I'm going to go lay down. Now, I know you all are very excited to finally see the MSQ of this game, to finally get the main plot and actually push forward through what is assuredly, with 100% certainty, going to be the salvaging element of this entire game. Unfortunately, despite the fact that I streamed 40 minutes over yesterday, we're still on the same goddamn quest. So if you'll excuse me, let's finish this quest first.
And how's my favorite patient doing? Not seeing any temporal memory flashes or losing time, I hope.
I feel fine.
That's great. I'd say Project Dominion is ready for legitimate human trials in that case. One step closer to seeing market approval. Genevieve is going to be so excited. So, tell me what you think of the neuroamp.
You're gonna be famous, Vina.
I'd be the next Ray DeCaris, my childhood hero and mentor. How amazing would that be? DeMarcus, eat your heart out. Don't tell him I said that. He knows I love and respect him. So the next question is, what will the fate of Infinity Ltd be?
Well, obviously we need to consume them.
That's what I'm hoping for. They may be the underdog, but that doesn't mean they don't have a brilliant mind or two. Well, this has certainly been the most interesting conversation of my day. All we can do now is look forward to the meeting, right? See you in there.
Yeah, the animatronics are getting terrifying.
You operatives really will wear anything. Just the person I wanted to see. I want to get all the details locked down for this meeting, and I believe...
Oh, sorry. Yeah. Von Falkenstein asks what kind of drug we were testing, and that's easy. It's a mind control implant. By the way, good morning. See, I missed a lot of people. Good morning, Von Falkenstein, Asmira Star, Yura, Loner, Solar Cat, Ect, Colgrim, Mike Romano, Lieutenant Leroy. And looks like that's it.
You to be one of the best sources available.
And hi, Lieutenant Leroy. I want you to do me a favor. I want you to help me to commit suicide, YouTube. I actually dreamt about Starfield again last night. Not in a good way. It's going to sound so stupid when I tell you about it. But it's what I would normally classify as a nightmare. So I was doing a quest, and there was like this extremely weird interface bug I kept running into. And I couldn't interact with like an enemy or something. And so they kept causing me issues, but I was so high level they couldn't kill me. And I kept getting more and more frustrated as I'm trying to deal with this bug. Because the interface with controls were just so inconsistent or awful or bad or whatever the actual problem was. And everyone in chat was yelling at me for it. Like first, like Bragan was like, Laura, you're stupid, just do this. And then Act would be like, no, Laura, you're stupid, do this. And then Coleman would be like, Laura, you're stupid, do this. And one by one, everybody in chat started yelling at me as like this cavalcade of screaming at me for not being able to figure out how to make the game work. And the whole time I'm just sitting there like, you don't understand. The interface isn't working right. I don't. And the whole time I'm just thinking that obviously it's a problem with me, because you guys all obviously could figure it out immediately, and I just couldn't. So it's a me problem. Oh no, Elden Ring, I got that. All bosses, no cheats. Cool. Starfield. Ugh. Anyways, what do you want?
I prefer first-hand feedback when available. You've had the chance to encounter members of Infinity LTD throughout your assignments here. Do you think they're worth redemption? And why?
I mean, yeah, we could save thousands of jobs if we could do it.
Saving the jobs of thousands is altruistic, which is not a luxury corporations have. It's a financial burden. It would be a huge undertaking on my part.
Well, yeah, we'd be getting employees on Infinity's cheaper salary numbers.
This is true. Infinity never had the financial resources to match our salary offers. Getting what few capable employees they have at half the salary we typically pay here could have major payoffs in the long run. Next question. What is your opinion on how Masako handled the mole situation?
I mean, yeah, she did perfectly.
And why do you feel it was well handled? Please note I'm not disagreeing. I just want to know the why behind your statement.
Better is such a weird term, Noctis, because if you ask me, am I doing better today? The answer is no. But I wouldn't say I'm doing worse. Pain and sickness are kind of lateral things, right? Like the first day, it was all vomiting. The second day, it was all vomiting and diarrhea. And then the third day, it was hacking and coughing. And then the fourth day, it turns into, like, difficulty breathing. And so forth and so on, right? Like, it just shifts. Actually, I did have a fever as of last night. I'm not sure if I still do. Yeah, by the way, I don't want to... this is very subjective. I'm not going to give Starfield a negative for the fact that I had a nightmare about it. But I've been streaming video games for over a decade now. In my experience, there's only one type of game that I have actual, honest-to-God, nightmares about. Because this has happened before. More than a few times. In fact, we had one just last year. Dragon Age Inquisition. And Baldur's Gate 3, actually, now that I'm thinking about it. We also had that with Persona 5. Some of you may remember I rather famously had difficulty sleeping during the Persona 5 run because of how much that was breaking my brain. Of course, I can't think of any other examples off the top of my head, but you get the idea. Yeah, no, it's games that are too... I don't want to say boring, because that's not quite the right word, because, I mean, Baldur's Gate 3 is a perfectly good game, and so is Persona 5. But games that definitely outstay their welcome. Yeah, games with way too much padding. That's a good way to put that. I want to share a personal story, super quick. This morning... Well, yeah, exactly. Solo Cat Plasma. That's different. This morning, people were talking about, on Discord, the release of FF7R2 with some obvious enthusiasm. And I mentioned, just kind of as an aside, that FF7R2 is nowhere near anywhere on my radar because, you know, I don't own a PS5 and have no plans to get one. And it's nowhere near funded, and I'm not going to play the game until it's funded. And someone said that I need to double my price for FF7R2 because it's going to be an 80-hour game at a minimum. I cannot tell you in words how that felt. Like, I'm going to try to describe it. But that was legitimately when someone's like, oh yeah, FF7R2 is going to be like an 80-plus hour game. It felt like someone slugged me right in the sternum. Just right here. And I just, the wind was knocked out of me completely. And I just had this overwhelming sense of dread blanket me like a giant pile of whale blubber. $80 hours. For the record, we did FF7R1 and did most of the content of FF7R1. That was about 40 hours. If you remember, FF7R1 was padded to hell and back. So even that 40 hours was way, way, way too long. But for a bit of perspective, let's look some things up here, shall we? Yeah, I put Starfield up as an 80-hour game because it's a BRPG. And because I was walking in kind of blind. Well, sure, von Falkenstein, but I mean, let's look at some numbers here, shall we? How long was our playthrough of FF7? No cheats, of course. 24 hours. That's actually a bit longer than I thought it was. Let's see. 22 hours, 21 hours, 18 hours, 18 hours, 10 hours. What else we got here? 19 hours, 23 hours, 20 hours. Yeah, that's what I thought. So the longest Final Fantasy game we've covered that isn't 14, obviously this is before the Oblivion line, but it still qualifies. Can you guess which FF it is before I tell you? Oh. 12's a good guess, but actually no. No, it's actually 10. 10 was about a 40-hour game, which I know realizes that actually means FF7R1 is technically the longest Final Fantasy game we've covered. But you get the overall point. Even FF15, and we did a fairly decent chunk of that game, was only 28 hours. Now, it's not like a 28-hour game is short, but if you told me FF7R2 was about 28 hours, or even 30 hours, I'd be like, okay, cool. I'm with that. But 80? Excuse me, 80 plus? Oh. And yeah, let's keep in mind, the number that's being quoted is 80 plus for MSQ. Yeah, I suppose I should mention that to this day, technically, the longest game we've ever covered that is not an MMO is still Persona 5, which is 120 hours. Now, that's not just MSQ. We did everything in that run, but still, that's insanity. And you're probably thinking, this has nothing to do with anything. No, this directly has everything to do with Starfield. I'm going to say this again during the rumination. That's totally not a rumination for this game. But let me make this very, very clear. A lot of people have their own little hills that are things that are specifically relevant to them or matter to them. And so, you put a flag on there and you defend that hill, right? So when you see something that's really the antithesis of your hill, then you could be able to say that that is offensive. Now, I'm talking around this a little bit carefully because the word offensive, or I am offended by something, is a little bit misused and frankly overused in the last many years, especially thanks to social media, among other things. So I want to be very clear. Legitimately being offended by something is valid, right? Generally speaking, it's because something does something really terrible against something that is a hill for you. Which brings us neatly to Starfield, a game that is the most padded game I've ever played. Please keep in mind, it's not going to be the longest game we've ever played. Again, Persona 5R is a 120-hour game. But Persona 5R has content, has interesting characters, has good voice acting, has bright visuals, has good combat design, has one good dungeon, has one good boss fight, has a whole bunch of cool side story stuff, has the actually interesting secondary chains. I can't think what they're called, the trusts or whatever it is. That's a very strange question, Pika. So yes, FF7's remake has been stated to have been split into 3 games for about a decade at this point. FF7R1 has already come out. FF7R2 is coming out like next week or whatever. Or this week, I haven't been paying attention. And FF7R3 is on the distant future. I am hopeful that it is an exaggerated number, but it's really sad that the best hope I could possibly have is that some marketing jackass is lying somewhere. It's not a great feeling, you know? Confidants. Thank you, Zengraph. Okay. As usual, I now need to actually go and play this game. I keep trying to not play this game. It keeps forcing me to play it. So, we got this.
Being prepared for anything is a great asset, one that Masako excels at. I appreciate the insight. I suppose I should ask if there's anything I can do for you, considering how helpful you've been.
Yeah, the amp should be banned.
It's only dangerous to those who can't afford one. Hence the added motivation that will bolster sales.
In case you missed what he just said, I told him that we should ban the sale of a mind control amp, and he said it's only dangerous to those who can't afford one. Okay. I was gonna say, you're an idiot. But I love how the most obvious counterargument I could give is actually the most obvious counterargument. When a rival discovers how to override it, we will have pure chaos.
I think we all know how averse I am to chaos. Finances are my forte, so you make a good point. Our competition has yet to truly master neuroamps, but the possibility is there. It's a risk I am unwilling to take. At this time. This has been rather enlightening for me. I appreciate the time.
Oh, and Plutonia gives a perfect example of what an antithesis game, an offensive game could be. Thief 2014. I even vibe you on that one because it is so not what Thief is or should be. To such a severe extent. Something I've said for years is I don't really mind if you change the genre or style of a game. Not really. But there's one extremely huge asterisk to that. You need to do a really good job of it. You need to actually make your new game really freaking good. Have you ever played Thief 2014?
Is Masako checking up on me to make sure I'm on her side?
Yes.
In this business, there's always a side. And right now, I'm backing Masako. We just need to grab Infinity Ltd. while it's got the public's full attention. I'm all about free PR, especially when it's painting us in a good light.
Yeah, but Ryujin will be in financial and legal trouble after that.
You know, you're right. There's really too much we don't know about their financial and legal records. If any of those ghosts come to haunt, all that good PR would disappear.
You know, there's one other thing we could consider.
All right. I suppose you've earned the right to voice your opinion after everything you've done, qualified or not.
Please stop insulting me, game. For 5 seconds.
The possible backlash on tech like this is not lost on me. However, the internal neuroamp will define the next era of tech, with Ryujin at the forefront. It's not an opportunity you just walk away from.
You're an idiot.
You're right. The moment you violate your customers' trust, there's a good chance they'll never come back. Even worse, you push them into the hands of your competitors. Well, it seems your talents really do stretch beyond just being an operative. Good talk. Maybe I'll even consult you on future endeavors.
And yeah, actually, von Falkenstein gives a really, really good example of that, if I might be so bold. I know not everyone agrees with me on this. But Fallout 3. Fallout 3 was a drastically different approach, style, format, etc. And I think it worked. And even if you don't like Fallout 3, well, Fallout New Vegas. Same difference, right? So there you go. We changed the game. We did a good job of it. I could list actually quite a few examples of this concept. My two favorites are, of course, Metroid Prime and Super Mario RPG, but this is a semi-common thing. But again, you got to nail it. You actually have to succeed. All right. What am I looking for? Act. Where would this option be? Upscaling, maybe? Hang on. Oh, yep, there it is. Sure. I don't know what frame generation even means in this context. Actually, yeah, Warhammer Total War. There's another good example of that. I don't even like that game, but it absolutely worked. Okay. Oh my god. Okay. Let's... Oh. Hang on. Let's turn the generation off, see if that helps. Okay, that helps. Jesus.
This meeting should prove to be very interesting. I assume Masako briefed you on her preferred outcome.
Yeah. Yes, but I refuse to use the AMP to ensure votes to acquire LTD.
Good on you. If it were up to me, I'd have shut down Project Dominion a long time ago. I knew it was a grave security risk, and look what happened.
Yeah, we saw firsthand how dangerous that tech is.
You read my mind. Let's just hope Masako and the others see it that way. Plus, if we vote to acquire Infinity Ltd., we're about to add a significant workload onto my team. The last thing I want to deal with are any more incidents this new neuroamp might cause.
Nah, I think you can handle it.
I imagine we're looking at months of work. Infinity Ltd. Is obviously not known for their security. I only hope that Masako and the others will be patient with the process. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have some preparations to make. We'll be announcing Ularu's termination of employment at this meeting, so I need to have security ready to escort her off the premises.
Oh yeah, that reminds me. How many of you... Actually, I have two, I will be back. It's the only good quest in this whole chain. I even gave it a positive earlier. How many of you remember the console command to get rid of the green filter in Fallout 3? At least I think it was a console command. I know there was a mod to do it. And then there were color mods, which that's a whole other thing. The point is, there was a filter that they just put in Fallout 3. I wonder... Yes, sorry, Skyrim is actually the one with the console commands. Forgive me. I am just curious enough to try something. Because, I mean, we've played a lot of this game so far, right? So let's stop playing the game immediately. Any excuse to not play the game, obviously. To be clear, I'm mostly making fun of myself at this point. I'm not doing it on purpose. for God's sakes. Fine. Thankfully, I actually do have an account at Nexus. I think I've done too much of that as is, Act. I have strained everyone's patience, including mine. You know, I don't actually know von Falkenstein. Legitimately. I don't know the logic of the reasoning of that. Excuse me. Oh my God, Braylon. I just... You know what really scares me about AI bots? Because let's call them what they are. Bots. We're still only seeing the very beginnings of whatever we're going to see from that. We're in the early days. Yeah, yeah. If AI scripting actually starts to work, that's even scarier. To be blunt. Yeah, we need to invent restraining bolts like right now. Okay, let's see if this worked. Hi, Kamek. That's true, Kamek. We just peace out. Yes, we were meditating. No, I restarted the game just for fun, Calder. I'm like, yes, please. No, exactly, TSB. Speaking as someone who is, a content creator, there's a reason I'm more scared about this whole situation than most people. I am also grateful for the fact that, I don't rely on ad revenue or viewer count in order to actually make my money. I rely on individuals who give me money because you're awesome. And I want to make this very clear. Yeah, I don't see a difference either, Euro. I want to make this very clear. If you weren't willing to support me, and essentially on an individual basis, I would be screwed. Ignoring the fact that I'm obviously a very small-time person who, isn't going to pull the numbers necessary to make any kind of sponsorship or ad revenue money. The fact is, this isn't working at all. The fact is that there are many large-scale YouTubers who are currently suffering what I can only refer to as a plague of AI-generated repeat content, of their content. Yeah, no, for the longest time, video evidence has been considered hard evidence in criminal cases. That's not great. I am honestly astonished that legality has not already tried to get involved. Does anyone know how to open? Oh, here it is. Here it is. So this is actually apparently what it's supposed to look like right here. This is no filters right here. Which I find amusing because you'll notice there's an option called none. Yeah, no, like I said, TSP, I'm lucky, and I know that I am. Anyways, I give up. Moving on.
If only there were more hours in the day.
God, tell me about it.
Great, the bane of my department. If you need something, make it quick.
I heard you're not a fan of acquiring Infinity.
You heard correct. I've every reason to believe that Infinity Ltd. Is the Pandora's box of corporations.
I mean, persuade check.
All right, I could use the entertainment. Tell me why Infinity is a good asset.
You can't tell me that negotiating an airtight deal doesn't appeal to you.
If it was anyone other than Infinity, I assure you it would.
I would have thought you would have been up for the challenge.
What's hidden within Infinity Ltd?
Okay, so we have now failed, so hang on. Listen, von Falkenstein, what I want is for everyone to be as miserable as possible. I mean, so real talk for a second, I actually like the idea of filters being in a game. If it's an option. Let me pull this up again real quick, just to make this clear. If you want your game to look like this, or 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 this, honestly, more power to you, right? I'm in favor of options. You know me. I love options in game design. So if you want... Oh, God, dystopia. Look at that. Yeah, if you want to do that, go for it. I'm completely down. But by that exact same virtue, there should be an option to disable said filters. Oh, my God. And yeah, the fact that they can so clearly... I'm explaining this badly. TSB, maybe you could back me up on this. The fact that there is a toggle in the photo mode to just flop filters on the fly means this is probably just a straight up LUT, right? LUT. Which means there's really nothing preventing the game from just having these options in a menu, right? Just right there in the option in the visual display menu.
So much work to do.
I'm just here to make sure you make the right decisions at the meeting.
Choose your words carefully. If you expect me to respond to threats, you're sadly mistaken.
How is that a threat?
Now, I can only assume you're referring to Infinity Ltd., and there's only one right decision regarding that corporation.
I do like that feature.
Disillusion.
You're right.
I mean, I could handle it as well as any other high-profile situation. But the real question is, do I want to? And the answer to that is no.
Okay. If you want a real legal nightmare, the internal neuroamp.
Don't even get me started. First off, if I find out you used that device on me, I will tie you up in court on whatever charges I can conjure for the rest of your life. Second, that tech is one major human rights violation that no legal team wants to fight. I'll do whatever I can to make sure it's either severely delayed or collects dust in storage.
Yeah, agreed completely.
Well, I'm both glad and surprised to hear the one person who has one say that. Masako's lucky to have you at her disposal, even if you are a continual thorn in my side. You may be the greatest asset, aside from the internal neuroamp, that Ryujin has. This exchange has been surprisingly insightful, but now I really do need to get back to my notes.
Oh, also, as a quick amusement, Shoot, I lost my train of thought. God, I am tired. All right. Sorry. No amusements. No amusements. Only work. Favorite outfit of the game so far? Ooh. Honestly. Probably. That one, right there. And I don't just mean of equipable gear. I like that look. That looks sharp. In fact, I guess I could put that on now that I'm not walking around naked anymore.
Did Masako send you to try and convince me to acquire Infinity Ltd? I think we both know that's not going to work.
I mean, yeah, we should shut the thing down.
See? Even a mere operative like you can see the right thing to do. The internal neuroamp gives us the power to crush our competitors, not take them under our wing. This is exactly why Masako's time as CEO is finished.
Right. I'm not using the neuroamp.
That neuroamp is a breakthrough. It gives us the edge in any situation, so get used to it. Besides, most on the board would agree. So why not use it to seal Infinity's fate?
Right. Why are you so against Inquire? Oh, sorry. So you asked Infinity was the generator of the chip. Actually, no. The chip was generated by Arasaka, or excuse me. I didn't do that on purpose. The chip was made by Ryujin, and they shelved it because, yeah. And then Infinity was like, "Oh man, we're totally going to use this, and we're going to make all the money on it." And then so we kind of took it back from Infinity.
The corporate world will hear SSNN's story and believe Ryujin exposed Infinity because they stole from us. It sends a strong message. But acquiring Infinity could be interpreted as a safety net. Infinity tried to screw us over, yet they still survived. We need to be sending a much stronger message. If you mess with Ryujin, we'll shut you down. Period.
Well, you are an idiot. Sure, whatever.
I'm glad you see it that way. Now to get the rest of the board to agree with you. As long as everyone has Ryujin's best interests in mind, this should make for an interesting meeting.
Speaking of which, I'm going to bring up the neuroamp.
An issue? That would be a foolish move. Dalton and Alexis are the only two against it. You'd never get the rest to shut it down.
Right. Do you really think the good outweighs the bad?
As long as we have the proper safeguards and rules in place, the benefits exponentially outweigh the drawbacks. Even if we limit the usage to Ryujin Industries employees alone, the advantages are too numerous to count.
Okay, I'm going to mind control you here into thinking that this mind control device is something you shouldn't use.
Dangerous indeed. For all I know, you're using it right now. The irony. Perhaps I didn't see it earlier, but you're right. The moment a competitor reverse engineers Vina's work, it'll be chaos. The last thing I want is to have my brain scrambled because some engineer didn't do their due diligence. Now, if you'll excuse me, I still have a lot of preparations to make.
Well, I don't see any issues here, Colgrim. I used the stones to destroy the stones. What?
You're looking interesting today.
That's actually a good question, Colgrim. I don't know. I don't like the flap thing, and it just keeps distracting me. They all have the flap thing. What are you doing here?
All right, everyone. As you all know,
Of course, she doesn't have the flap thing.
Successfully exposed Infinity Ltd's botched human trials and murder for hire through SSNN. The public is demanding their leadership, namely Lucas Drexler, face trial, and he's probably writing his resignation as we speak. Ryujin will be launching a statement, but I believe now is the perfect time to acquire Infinity Ltd.
Of course, of course. Say nothing.
This acquisition is sure to
There's
have
the
its
flap.
financial pitfalls, but as a wise person pointed out, it would have major payoffs in the future. Plus, with their current situation, Infinity Ltd will be more affordable than ever.
Arguments?
Acquiring
Flap.
Infinity Ltd now is not a good look, especially if the public believes Misako was involved.
We should be crushing our competition, not rescuing them from their own flaws. This is a weak decision, Misako, and you know it. In fact, I move that Misako be removed from CEO altogether.
Ularu, this isn't a line you want to cross.
And considering you're the mole, if anyone's going to be removed from power, it's going to be you.
Hold up. Are you saying you lied to us?
Dalton, the last meeting we had, you distinctly said Imogene was the mole, and she'd been dealt with.
Yeah, we needed Ularo to incriminate herself, you idiot.
Do you even have any proof to back up this outrageous claim?
Yeah.
Of course we do. The malicious code you hid on this slate to upload incriminating evidence against Misako onto Lucas Drexler's computer.
To put it bluntly, Ularu, you're fired. Security will hold you in your office until a proper exit interview can be done.
This isn't right. I should at least have the opportunity to resign.
And allow you to still be marketable to a competitor? I don't think so. This may be news to me, and I will be reviewing the evidence closely. But this isn't something you just get to walk away from.
Actually, I think most of Morrowind's armor looks pretty legit. Glass is a good example. Enjoy unemployment.
Security, escort Miss Chen to her office and see that she stays put.
You'll regret this. All of you.
No, I bet I'll never see you
I
again.
believe the only regret would be trusting you to begin with.
All right, back to business. All in favor of acquiring Infinity Ltd?
Aye.
All against?
Nay.
Good. Alexis, start drawing up the necessary documentation. Anyone have anything else they'd like to bring up?
Yeah. The neuroamp.
The internal neuroamp is a key component of Ryujin Industries' success for the next 10 years, if not more.
Uh-huh.
Why would we shelve it after we've finally perfected it?
The moment the public learns about it, no one will trust anyone.
The moment the public gets wind of the true capabilities of this tech, we're gonna suffer severe backlash.
Very well. All in favor of shelving Project Dominion?
Aye.
All against?
Nay.
Vina, prep Project Dominion for storage. Any other matters to bring forth? None? This concludes our order of business for today.
At least if you're here, you're not screwing up out there.
I like how she keeps being pissy at me, because for one of the missions we did, we actually went loud instead of quiet. Keeping in mind, flawless record up to that point.
You operatives really will wear anything.
Could you...
Shelving the internal neuroamp. Not the outcome I anticipated.
I tried.
Yes, very unfortunate. Especially with all the tools at your disposal. The truth remains. Lucas Drexler learned a hard lesson, and we exposed a traitor among us. You've proven yourself to be quite the asset here at Ryujin.
And by the way, hi Evo. That is quite a compliment coming from the Ryujin CEO.
It's well earned and deserved. I truly appreciate the work you put into exposing Ularu. No operative has ever had to investigate our own to the extent that you did. I can imagine it may have been a lot of pressure, considering you were fairly new at the time.
Whatever it takes.
I hope that enthusiasm sticks with you for the foreseeable future. Imogene's instincts were right about you. Now, as promised, I have your bonus. I hope you'll find it appropriate for all you've done. And I'm promoting you to senior operative. You've more than earned it.
Thank you.
It's well deserved. As for the details, I think someone back on the operations floor would prefer to explain those to you.
Oh, thank God. I was worried we weren't going to unlock new procedural quests. Looks like she does have the flap, but it's hard to see. A lot of them have the flap.
Out of my way, and I'll keep out of yours.
But he doesn't. Oh, no, he does. He has the flap. That's probably the most obvious example of the flap. Whoa, 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 whoa. The flap. It's right where I'm aiming. Right there. See it? It's much more obvious. Oh, here.
Excuse me. I need to get back.
Okay, it's much more obvious when the camera zooms in, which of course it's not going to let me do. So, whatever. Ah. Okay, we did it. Ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, we did it. We have reached the MSQ. It's been 85 years. But we made it. Ah, okay. Yep, nope, that's it. We did it. We did it. And we want to do that one. Why do they have the flap? Well, to agree with Kamek here, the outfits in this game are entirely too repetitive and not particularly enjoyable. For example, do you see that suit right there? Everybody wears that stupid suit.
To be able to
Like,
see yourself whenever you
it's not the worst suit in the game, but everybody wears that same freaking suit.
They know how to make a client feel welcome up here.
Ugh.
I've got my eye on you.
Like, I think the entire UC council was wearing that suit. Yes, we did it. Which means it's time to kill everyone in this room. What's really strange is there's not bad variety in the outfits of just the random NPCs, but I have this really awful feeling that they're literally randomized. You know, as in every time they're generated, they generate a random outfit. Almost every static NPC, you know, the ones we talk with and have quests with, tend to have very, very similar outfits. It's wild.
Ranger, you ever just feel like none of this matters? Like, what's the point?
And know what they say.
Yeah, we did see NPCs randomly generate head count right in front of us, actually. So before we do all that, hang on. Let me play a little bit of catch up. Give me a sec. Yes, all we have left, the MSQ. And yeah, I saw that Fife just gave me way too much money to fund a 760-hour game. The whole game is actually just being in a bus. It's Desert Bus. Fife was just trying to fund Desert Bus.
New Atlantis. Would that mean there's an old Atlantis?
I can't imagine it'd be this grand.
Well, look at that in a second. We actually have like 3 quick things to wrap up here. First of all, thank you very, very, very much. I will, per your request, not bow, but only because I'm having issues right now. Thank you. Thank you, Five. I do appreciate you. Oh, man. All right. And we will put that towards... WoW, War Within, the Kingdom Hearts block, and the FF7 to 12 audit block. Thank you again. Oh, I do need a moment. I apologize. I will be right back. I mean, it could be worse. We could have Dragon Age Origins outfits in this game. So before we move forwards, let's see. We have the Vanguard, the Crimson Fleet, the Lancers, or no, Free Stars? No. What are they called? Free Dudes, the Rangers, and Ryujin. Okay, so... Okay. Okay, so that cannot be right. Oh, and that's because it isn't. I'm apparently an idiot. Sorry, hang on. I'm dumb. Yes, I did, Colgrim. Apparently, Von Falkenstein, because we can mind control all of them without them even knowing it. There it is. Okay. So, Ryujin, the chain we just did. No pluses to story. 1 negative to story, giving us a net negative of 1 to story. 1 plus to gameplay. 2 minuses to gameplay, giving us a net of -1, -1. The Rangers. +1 to story. No minuses to story. No pluses to gameplay. 1 minus to gameplay. +1, -1. That pretty much tracks. That's about what I was expecting there. Crimson Fleet, +1 to story, -2 to story. And +0 to gameplay, -2 to gameplay, leaving Crimson Fleet at -2, -2. That just leaves Vanguard with +2, -3, +3, -0. So that means our final scores are Ryujin at -1, -1. Sorry. Crimson Fleet at -2, -2. Ryujin at -1, -1. Rangers at +1, -1. And Vanguard at -1, +3. And I'd say that's the overall quality of them. Vanguard being the best, then Rangers, then Ryujin, then Crimson.
Last stop, Apollo. My favorite. And we can afford it. Mercury is much cheaper. Got the mortgage approval, sign that thing.
Yeah, if I felt like it, I could sit down. I thought that was a mannequin. I thought I could sit down, or if I sat down and took the time, I could probably tell you what the like the primary optionals got in, say, Oblivion, and only Oblivion because that's the only one we've done. But I think you know what direction that would go. Oh God, I don't remember. Where's our parents live? This is my place. Where do our parents live? No, Primal D&B. We have been putting off the MSQ for obvious reasons, as is standard, until now. We're about to go start the MSQ right now. Didn't I just try? How did I try? Where the hell are our parents?
Nice day for a picnic.
Is this it? Might be it. First, I wanted to go talk to our parents. There we go. Parents are like, nah, we're out.
The house feels alive again. There's just so much to do in New Atlanta. You're welcome anytime. And I mean anytime.
You came. How are you doing? You eating well out there? It's easy just to survive off, well, garbage when you're shipbound all the time.
Nothing like your famous nachos, Dad, but I'll try.
Well, I do what I can. You remember Grandpa's restaurant? Last time you were there, you must have been 5, 8. Some of the best food in the galaxy. Service with a grunt and a glare, I always said. But Dad's food kept them coming back.
I don't think I ever saw him smile.
He always said, smiling wastes energy. Your grandfather taught me what I know of cooking. He didn't want me to go to uni. I was the only one interested in the restaurant. But when he got on in the years, he trusted me with something sacred. His meatloaf recipe.
Please, please, please tell me you're making meatloaf tonight.
No, I'm not. Something better. I don't know if anything I taught you about cooking stuck, but I figure it's time to pass the torch. But you gotta promise not to share Grandpa's meatloaf recipe with anyone. It stays in the family. I swear Dad's ghost would come back and strike me dead if you did that.
Don't worry. I promise.
See that you do. Any meat will do. If it's dry, extra tomatoes. They'll moisten it up if you do it right. Sorry, a bit of a moment here. So, you want to talk about anything?
I'm not sure I could keep sending you money, even though you're an amazing and wonderful person that I just... Why is that an option? Oh my God! What monster? What absolute monster picks that option? Because it removes the trait, which surely means it removes them from the game.
Take care, kiddo.
There's no benefit there. I've had enough of you and your kind love and support. We don't like your kind around here. Okay, so I wanted to do that. Right. Oh no, played Chifal. I have to send an absolute pittance, like once every month, in order to ensure that they can keep having a lifestyle and a living. Oh no. Never has there been a more horrible and heinous task asked of a child. Yeah, someone do me a favor. What is 125,000 divided by 500? All right, let's do this. Let's do MSQ. 250. It would take 250 in-game day or in-game months for it to reach the point where I have given them as much money as I already dumped on my mortgage for fun. Having said that, ships are a huge expense in this game. Like, way too expensive. Like, I still, as of this moment, cannot actually afford the good ships in this game.
Spacesuits. How fun!
Well, you're back.
Hi. Lynn.
Oh no, don't start. I've had enough Barrett for one lifetime. I don't need the sequel showing up on my doorstep. More pirates showed up when you were gone. We weren't as lucky this time. Calvert, Troy, some of the new Dusties, they didn't make it.
I'm sorry, why would they hit the same place twice?
Who knows with pirates? Revenge? Peeking at the scraps? Maybe they're from a different crew and we just got hit twice by sheer bad luck.
I'm sorry, Lynn, I didn't know.
Well, how could you have? You weren't here. Anyway, I was pinned down behind some crates with Barrett. Bullets and laser fire everywhere. No smile on that damn carefree face of his. Like he knew this was it. I started steeling myself to go out fighting. Then that idiot puts his hand on my shoulder and says, "Stay here, Lynn. I got you."
So, suicide mission.
Next thing I know, 2 of the pirates are dead, and he's got the 3rd one in a headlock. Drags him out into the open at gunpoint and demands to talk, or else I'm going to demonstrate Newton's 3rd law on this guy's temporal lobe. And that's when they brought out Heller.
Of course Heller got captured.
I didn't overhear everything, but after the 10 longest seconds of my life, Barrett put his hands up, and both of them ended up getting taken aboard the pirate ship. And that's the last I saw of either of them.
I need to find them, Lynn.
They could have grav-jumped anywhere. I tried pinging a transmission to the ship in the comms building before they left, but the pirates must have fried it. You want to try it? Go ahead. But the odds of them being alive, even if you could find them... I've lost a lot of people on this run, Dusty. I just want to pack up.
Okay. I wonder if I could climb over that mountain over there. No, I'm joking. Yeah, that was me, Yura. Now, I've actually heard people disagree with me on that point, which I find, honestly, pretty strange. But that is absolutely how I've approached Morrowind for many years.
This is so cool. Being part of you.
Please move. Please move.
Just the best.
What? What? Where's the door to get in? Oh, it's right. I legitimately did not see that door because of how freaking dark it is. Sorry. I'm just saying, like, where's the door? Anyways, box next to door. Box next to door. Box next to door. You're lying to me. Oh. Oh my God, you're right. Nobody sees anything in this game. Not even the player character. There it is. It's the exact same, but it does more damage against robots. I'm not making fun. That's worthwhile. No, I'm doing terrible, Dark Day. How are you doing? I throw it on the ground. Oh yeah, that was the other thing I was going to do. After this quest, remind me to fix a bug. I had to look up how to fix that bug. Computer's unpowered. What? But I just... Okay, okay. Okay. Tape, 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 tape. No, I haven't been. I've been trying very hard to level up my, my ability to live skills lately. Especially as I've been kind of falling behind a little bit in combat.
Is it true that you destroyed the Crimson Fleet with nothing but your bare hands and a sandwich?
So I'm not a big fan of NVIDIA's program, other than the ability to obviously tweak hardware settings. I'll also admit I have very middling success with tweaking settings in a way that actually helps anything.
Can't believe we got into this mess. Would you be quiet? Trying to make out the grav jump calculations before we're out of range. Out of range of what? Out of range of the sensor array on Vectera. Would you keep up? Once we're outside the star system, the bandwidth goes from instant speed to effectively never. What good is sending a transmission down there? You gonna tell Lynn how royally screwed we both are? She doesn't even have a ship. You underestimate how many of my admirers there are in the galaxy, Heller. One of them is bound to show up, looking to reunite with this handsome face. We're doomed. Capital D doomed. Got it, okay. Whoever finds this, I'm attaching the interstellar coordinates to the metadata on the transmission. Rescue us. Repeat. Rescue us.
Well, I agree completely, Kemet. If there's one thing that pretty much everyone universally agrees on, it's that the music in this game is pretty legit. Like, consistently legit.
So, you actually get that computer working again?
Yeah.
What? Let me see that. Funny. Even knowing he's alive, I still never want to see him again. Hella, on the other hand, okay. Let me send you the location data embedded in the transmission. Find them, okay?
Thanks, Lynn.
Be a while before Argos comes to pick me up. I'll be here if you need me. And hey, if you ever need a little extra help, I've been thinking about a career change lately. Maybe it's time to put Argos behind me.
Recruiter is crew. Nah, I'm good. Peace. I mean, we already have pretty good energy resistance, so I don't know what you want from me, Von Falkenstein. Fine. I'll recruit her. Come on, Lynn. Because I do actually kind of want to do a mining
Seems like
thing
you've
later.
been keeping busy, Dusty.
Yeah,
My
blah, blah,
contract's
blah,
up
blah.
with Arg.
Yep, join.
Works for me.
It's sure, whatever.
Right.
Okay, excuse me. Well, we still haven't gotten any additional points over here, so that's cool. Okay, so let's fix this bug, shall we? Because if you've been noticing, we've had a status effect for, I think, days now, and that is incoming weather. And that status effect is just sitting there. I'm kind of tired of seeing it. So here's what we're going to do. We'll go over here to Procyon A. We're going to land. Let's see, what we got? Sorry, I didn't answer your question, Evo. Eggs, rice, oatmeal. All those things sound like they could be good. Ooh, there's copper here. Interesting. Please eat something. I ate breakfast.
Like touching down on a cloud. Your landing skills never cease to impress.
I get vomity if I don't eat breakfast. So I don't really get much of a choice there. Okay, so there's some freezing liquid rain. Okay. No trap here. No, I am not Lord Firestorm. But thank you for asking. High scales of justice. Yeah, my body's too patterned. I need to eat in the morning, I need to eat at lunch, and I need to eat at night. If I don't, bad things happen. Here we go, here we go, here we go. Perfect. Bed. Okay. We'll wait for 24 hours. Okay, so we didn't hear it that time, so we gotta do it again. Oh, that was it. I heard it. Okay. So now, I'm just going to save. And then we're going to... Nope, sorry. We have to go to the ship first. My bad. Okay. I always assumed that in, for example, Oblivion, it was the incremental thing so they could increment everybody's schedules forward by 1 hour. I don't actually know if that's true or not.
Among the stars.
Okay, now we got Alpha Centauri. Find out that there's some kind of mind worms here. No, I remember Morrowind as being instant even back in the day on a substantially worse computer. Yep, gotta staple some nerves.
New Atlantis.
It worked.
The scale of the city is astounding.
So for anybody wondering...
Of course, for someone of your state.
Shut up. For anybody wondering, that's... Oh, wait, no, it's actually still there now. God, it's still there. It didn't work. No. No.
I'm sure it feels quite cramped.
I give up. It is severe weather forever. Forever and ever. So it's not actually a big bug, but it's kind of irritating. See, here's the deal. I have an incoming severe weather warning that is there forever. It's just there. This is just there's always incoming weather. And I cannot seem to get rid of this freaking debuff. Even doing a guide, which I just did in order to make it go away, did not work. And that's been true after multiple restarts of the game, and multiple sleeps, and multiple fast travels, and everything else. It's just there. There's just severe weather. So that's cool. I sure hope not, Walker.
This is Research Outpost U-309 to any and all free Star...
Ta-da! We've arrived!
Hostile spacers are overrunning our position on Altair 2. I'm not sure how much longer our outpost can hold on. We don't have much time. Private Mahoney, out.
Well, I think they'll be able to hold out, because I'm literally never going to go help them. Yeah, they're honestly little bugs. It's whatever. It's a BRPG, right? We're kind of used to this at this point. But, like... be nice if we could fix them. Why do you think that, Colgrim?
Oh, hey, it's you. And here I thought you were some pirate coming back to kill me. Lucky me, right?
Hold up. How many ships do you need to kill for the 4th rank, Colgrim?
Nah, I'll be alright. Just, you know, wasn't trying to move around too much with all the painkillers and nausea meds running through me. Man, I was so terrified when I got pulled on board that pirate ship. Barrett was all, "Sorry, brother, I'll get us out of this. Trust me."
Trust me is my go-to line when someone shouldn't trust me.
Yeah, I'm starting to see that. He tells me we need to start pretending to fight each other. Trick the pirates into thinking they need to come in before one of us gets killed. I just remember him shouting, "This kid is a killer. How am I supposed to defend myself against these pearly whites? He's gonna bite my face off." I mean, I didn't think it would work, but they came in. All of a sudden, we were wrestling with 2 of them. Barrett reached for one of their guns.
And he shot something he shouldn't have.
Bingo. Blasted the pilot right in the back. Through to the flight console. Dropped orbit like a rock off a high-rise. I blacked out. And when I came to, there he was, smiling like it was just another day on the job. You missed the fun part, Heller. I mean, I go through all the trouble of saving your butt, and you weren't even awake to notice. Then he did the little finger gun thing.
Yeah, okay, sorry. Where is Barrett?
Oh, yeah. Probably should have talked about that first. Did I mention I'm on a lot of painkillers? So, I was real excited when a ship showed up. Then, less excited when I realized it was a Crimson Fleet ship.
That's impressive, currently.
Really less excited when Barrett said, "It's okay, I got this." He mumbled something to him, and then they were all gone.
That was a really long way of saying the Pirates of Barrett.
Yeah, you know, you're really the one who should be upset about all this. Me, laying here, half-conscious. Real inconvenience. Got a signal from the ship before they grav jumped. Guessing it was Barrett. Haven't really been in a good space to have a listen. Here you go. Hey, I should come with you, right? I don't think anyone else is coming.
Alright, let's get you on your feet.
Yeah, just, don't ask me to operate any heavy machinery for a while. Give me a minute. I think the worst of it is... Yeah, I'll be alright. Ready to wisecrack with the best of them. Let me know when you want to head out.
Is there any reason to recruit Heller?
Still think there might be a spot for me on your ship?
I mean, he does have Outpost Engineering 3. Yeah, alright, fine, whatever.
Whew, You got it. Catch up.
All right, so
You've given the fleet a lot of trouble, Barrett.
Hey, since when is surviving being attacked causing trouble? Isn't that just fighting back? Hey, pilot, could you move your arm a little bit to the left? I can't make out the console.
Don't move! He's trying to figure out our destination, probably transmitting this conversation right now while we're still in orbit.
Well, yeah, thought I was making that pretty obvious. Okay, put the gun down. I'm done. See? My retinas are pointing away from the console and towards this lovely view of space we have out the window.
Tie him up. Once we get back to the base, the fun starts.
what you're saying, Colgrim, is I need to get him to an outpost. Although I don't know how to do that.
Another perfect landing. 10 out of 10. More autograph hounds.
Okay.
Watch my back! I can't see!
Good morning, Blue Dragon EXE. We did actually finish it. We were finally on the MSQ. We did it. We made it.
Told you to keep your head down.
Talking it over with a friend of mine just last night. Everybody craps on Skyrim's MSQ, and for good reason, right? You know what not a lot of people remember? Skyrim's MSQ is long.
Let's end this.
So no, I don't think we're going to finish this today. Sorry.
You wanna try that on me, huh? Take him
What?
down.
burning you alive? No, I'm totally gonna try that on you. Enjoy. Oh, we're dead. God, I wasn't even looking at it. Okay. No, I'm the same way as Miristar. That's exactly why I brought it up. The last time I streamed Skyrim, I was like, all right, we've done everything else. It's time to do the MSQ. And then it was like a rather long stream because it's pretty long. You know, I don't actually know, Euro.
Oh, it hurts! It hurts! Ow! It hurts! They got me! Oh! Keep him pinned!
Yeah, sorry, it's kind of hard to... And they immediately spot me. It's kind of hard to judge the MSQ when I'm literally on the first quest still.
Taking fire!
There's no certainty to the universe at all. Once you really start getting out there, the laws of physics kind of turn into suggestions.
You're pulling my leg again, right? What's the weirdest thing you've seen? No exaggerations this time.
Let me think. Unicorn. Not kidding.
What? The mythical mare with the magic horn thing? Come on. Was King Arthur riding on it too?
Okay, it was more of an extremophile in the vague shape of a horse. But my point still stands. You need an open mind out there. You go into the far reaches of space too tightly wound, your brain is just gonna pop like a soda can.
Yeah, you tell me, Yura. You've seen plenty of it.
Holy shit. You actually found me. Well, this is turning into a regular constellation party, isn't it? I should have brought drinks.
Are you friends with the pirate?
Matsura the Grim here and I actually have a lot in common.
Both escape artists. Being captured by Sistef myself plenty of times.
See, that's what I'm talking about. Relativity. We're all just creatures of the universe trying to get away from what's after us.
I'm here to take you home?
You know, it's actually been kind of nice. Matsura the Grim here is a great host.
No sense letting people's last moments be unpleasant.
See, that's what I like about you, Matsura. A real Renaissance man.
I have enjoyed our time together, Barrett. But I can't just let you go with nothing to show for it. Is Constellation willing to pay ransom in exchange for this man's freedom?
Well, yeah, absolutely.
Wait. We're all citizens of the universe here. No one needs to die. Well, I mean, no one else.
Listen to your friend. I'm trying to be reasonable.
Please let me kill you.
Very well.
Thank you.
Oh, yeah? Clear my down.
Way overhead!
Ears ringing. What? Hello?
I'll serve as a distraction. You finish the job.
Do this again soon, right?
I didn't see an option, Blade Jamal, so I'm assuming no. Well, honestly, probably Krilla? The western town, the Fallout town. No, yeah, torture's great. I love torturing people. After all, I'm streaming Starfield.
Well, I can't say I feel too bad about you killing someone who kidnapped me and probably murdered a lot of people. But...
Who was that guy, anyway?
Matsura the Grim? Honestly, a pretty nice guy as far as pirates go. Think I butted heads with his mentor once years back. Had the same kind of surprisingly hospitable vibe.
Yeah, okay, bye, I suppose.
Okay, then.
Remember, there's a ton of hostile mobs outside, but we can teleport from inside, so we can just skip all that. Which is good, because we're very slowly starting to fall behind the gear curve a bit.
I hope you are satisfied with the quarters available to you.
Barrett, we were worried sick.
Well, some of us were.
I see what you did there, Walter. And I know you've been secretly crying into your piles of money just waiting for my return.
Actually, Walter has been complaining about you more than usual, which is always a sign when he's worried.
Don't start, Kadri.
Wait, is that? And to think the first artifact was taking up dust on the library shelf. Now look at them all. You feel it a bit, can't you? Ever since I found the second one, had the visions. Being around them is just comforting. So hey, I'm still not 100%, plus I feel guilty dragging you into all of this. Why don't I stick around? Help you get adjusted to the weird corners of the universe.
Yeah, sure.
Marvelous.
Very well. Parting is such sweet sorrow. There's a lot of rumors milling around about a corporate scandal at Ryujin. But I don't care. So long as you're with the company, I'm buying all the stock.
How much money do you have? Truthfully, I don't know, Sub-Zero. I can tell you a lot about the, I can tell you a lot about the level scaling and several other BRPGs, but that's because we've had time and reverse engineering to know exactly how they work. I can only guess at how it works in this game. We do know they do have some level scaling, and some things scale more than others. Or in some cases, some things don't scale at all, kind of like in Skyrim. But the biggest thing I've noticed is that ships are scaling with your level alongside ground enemies, which is also kind of interesting. Alright, so let's save. Let's go do something. I was going to do this anyways. We're going to stop doing the MSQ immediately.
Some people think of life as this delicate, struggling thing. But as I see it, life itself is one of the toughest forces there is.
Let's see. So there's some fluorine, tetrafluorine, swamp weed. Come on, this place is supposed to be swimming in copper. Okay, for real. Where's all the copper? I wonder how they decide where the resource spots are like that. Like, is it randomly painted? Is it designed once you lay... Oh, up, copper. There we go. There's some copper. Alright, here we go. Give me that sweet, sweet copper. Hey, Ross.
This place is looking great.
Thanks. Hey, Ross. How do I... There we go. There we go. Hypothermia became worse. Sweet. Okay. So that takes 5, so we can just get another one right now if we can. So let's get another extractor going. There we go. And now... we probably want another power thing going. Yeah, we've been playing this game a week. How's that for a random thought of the day? No. God dang it. I mean, sure, if you want to give a hint, go for it. Tibble rocks. There. I have aged 10 years in the last few days. Are you sure, Timarox? Because they are producing copper right now. Well, that one is. I'm not sure this one is. No, it is. It is. Hello, Evo. What did you end up getting? Okay, so we have a copper source. Yay! How do I assign someone here? There we go. Yep, we immediately gave up on the MSQ. There. Where's the data menu? There we go. Alright, Heller. Or actually, Lynn. No, hang on. Yeah, screw it. This is literally just a copper farm, so... There you go, Lynn. Enjoy your new home. Okay. Yeah, I've heard really bad things about Iron Harvest, so I look forward to seeing how it is in action. Hey, Melkor Blade. A couple days ago, Drahexia. Do I need anything else? I guess I could drop even more extractors. What else am I going to need? I'm going to need aluminum, iron, tungsten. Pretty much, Act. A little bit worse than Fallout 4, because Fallout 4 had the towns and the unique areas that you could build in and, you know, caravan system. There we go. I don't know what this is, but sure.
Remodeling. I like it.
God dang it. Okay. Grab our copper. Let's hit the right button this time. God damn it. Okay. Yeah. There we go. I mean, at this point, I wouldn't even be surprised, Act. Not really. I mean, would you? Honestly. Okay. Now...
Hey, you might want this.
Oh, that sucks, Trax. Yeah. I mean, not the 100 subs thing. That's awesome. But the noise problem.
Like touching down on a cloud. Your landing skills never cease to impress.
Oh, God. Don't even joke about that, Act.
Ah, this world may seem dull, but I can't think of any world that truly is. Every world has a unique origin and history of events, even without life in the mix.
No, I know. It is also probably the most likely thing to happen by far. Actually, no, Colgrim. We've been falling behind the power curve sufficient, and skill points have started becoming an issue. So we're setting up an experience farm. I could also do the due diligence required to figure out how to craft med packs, but I actually need levels to be able to access med packs, so one way or another, this is probably the first step. Fortunately, I am not getting very good resources in this region. I need cobalt. Sure shame I can't scan for this stuff from orbit. Or just hop into my ship and fly around for a bit. Instead of having to do this by, by foot. No, that sounds about right, Trax. Yeah. There we go. Cobalt. Finally. So there's some cobalt. And the nearest nickel... I'm not sure where the nearest nickel is, actually. Hang on. Okay. Yeah, it's one of those funny things. Obviously, there is such a thing as too small when it comes to video game towns or cities, but at the same time, having studied a lot of game design in my life, I'll take the, manually crafted, dense, smaller areas personally. Over, well, this. Well, that's an interesting question, 040. Do you think you should be forced to go do secondary quests to level in an RPG? Let's go and place this right now. Okay. Okay. So now let's get a cobalt extractor going. Looks like we're actually gonna need some more aluminum soon. That's a shame. Well. Yep, we are dry on aluminum. Yeah, we actually really are dry on aluminum. Sure, I know where to get aluminum in this game. First I go to Google. And I say, where do I get aluminum? I mean, and it's fine, Colgrim. You could just go and scan every planet individually, manually, to find out those resources. There we go. I know, Zeiss. I know.
I have something for you.
See? I told you. Look at this place. Ridiculous,
You
right?
good? Why would someone open a mining supplies business on an
Welcome.
Exactly. I can't believe
It was good of you to stop by, my friend.
I give it a few more months before this loser packs it in.
Ah, don't be such a jerk. We should look around and see if there's something we can buy.
Yeah, sure. You want to waste your credits?
Haven't seen
you
the
go
Leech in a
right
while.
ahead.
You think the city got
Welcome. Well, I'm afraid it is. You see, yet here I... That would be a blessing. Certainly, my friend.
Okay, so aluminum, please. All. And you know what? Let's just buy literally every resource you have, so we don't have to think about this for a minute. Thank you.
Farewell, my friend. And tell everyone we have plenty of mine.
Hey, you might want this.
No, I'm good, thanks. No, we started the MSQ. In fact, we've actually already done our first MSQ quest. You can tell because Barrett's with us now. By all means, Act. Hit me.
Get lost. I have a job to do.
It's pronounced aluminium, obviously.
See that huge shield? It's part of the power system. Lightning provides a substantial amount of Neon's energy.
Yeah, I know. We used it to go inside of a gas giant.
Ah, hello, ship. Oh, good, you're up. Let's just pick a star and go. What do you think?
I'm not sure I can think of any off the top of my head, Act. I'm glad it actually labels my outpost there. Outposts, excuse me.
I have something for you.
No, I'm good, thanks. All right, so... Okay, so let's get another cobalt extractor going over. There we go. Well, that's a hell of a radius on that. And then let's get the nickel extractor going over here. Okay. Then we need power. So let's get power going. We need a lot of power, actually. Okay. And we're out of aluminum again, by the way. Which, you know, sucks. So, does anybody know another place where I could buy aluminum? Because I am, once again, in need thereof. Clear hat item. Man, thought about it. Really thought about it. Yeah, I just bought a bunch, and I am tapped. Where's my ship? Why is it way over here? Okay, there's a mineral store in Aquila. Thank you. Because yeah, I just bought out the neon mineral store. They have delivery service. Don't be ridiculous. They have near instantaneous travel across star systems. They can't have something like a delivery service. That would be cool, though. But yeah, how would we call for the delivery? We might as well just go pick it up ourselves. Now, like regular deliveries, we could probably swing that. Airdrops does sound kind of cool, I'm not gonna lie. I've played Just Cause 2. I like how we're just slowly dying as we walk across the terrain here, by the way. Just, yep.
Hey, you might want this.
No, I'm good. I'm already a little overburdened, thanks. And our ship is now full. Oh no, we're still in WoW, and we will be for a while. Right. Let's go to Aquila. Actually, I'm not sure where Aquila is, so we're going to go to New Atlantis first. We started the first game. We never actually got anywhere with it, though. Commercial. Last Epoch, huh? Never heard of that one. What kind of game is it?
Hey, you might want this.
No, I'm good. Where's the general store? Does anyone remember? Like, where's the vendor? Oh, of course. Let me just pull up the map. I'm actually asking legitimately. Does anybody know where the general store is on New Atlantis? Because I don't think I've encountered such a thing. Jemison Mercantile. Okay. We'll do something really quick here. It's apparently near the spaceport.
But riding right after eating can give you stomach aches.
Let's see if we can find it.
Every time I see that statue, I feel a little bit more.
Well, that's the vendor to sell, Zeiss.
Explain why, but I do.
Not the vendor to buy stuff. I need the vendor to buy stuff. Aha. Okay, so it's the thing I just passed. Thank you, Colburn.
It's good to be home, right? Okay. Scan me.
So let's do this first. Let's get rid of all this extra crap. Let's get rid of some of this extra crap. I would say 3 so far. Act. It is the most amazing thing ever, Evo.
If we leave a few things here.
You have... They should have sent a poet for how good it is. I love I can sell my Freestar Deputy badge, by the way. I am legitimately amused that that's a thing I can do.
And make a second trip.
Okay, so dumped that crap. You'll be in pain for a few minutes.
Not sure if those Baroon zealots
you enter the city. Please keep moving.
Probably not, Blade Taval. Okay, up ahead, there's the Helix Fountain, which is over there. Alright, let's stop dying. I don't want to die running. Yep, there it is. I see it right in front of me. Okay, so this is going to take a minute to get to the vendor, which is 20 feet in front of me, so I'll be right back.
There's a bit more in the back if you're not seeing something on display.
I am not a stock boy. I am the owner.
No, we're still not there yet, FML word. Still working on it. Okay, you.
If it belongs on your ship, then I'm sure we have it for sale. Hi there! Thanks for stopping in. I can take care of Trent.
I just want to buy stuff.
Please, take...
Aluminum. I wish to buy everything you sell. Okay.
Thanks for coming in.
You're welcome. Now, we're on the verge of death at every second. So we need to be a little cautious here. Hopefully that'll be enough. I'm also going to do one other thing with our ship while we're here, because we are outpacing our ship's cargo capacity. That's actually a good idea, Blade Tamal. Thank you for that suggestion. Whee! I just got an email that says how using bots, AI, makes marketing even better. Send AI-generated emails to people to market your product. I'm sorry, am I the only person who reads that and thinks, huh? Well, this is the first game I've ever streamed that has offended me. So that's impressive. Probably, Colgrim. Probably. No, this is the first game to cause me literal nightmares.
You will be scanned as you enter the city. Please keep moving.
I mean, we've played plenty of padded games before. I don't think I've ever seen a game which is so the antithesis of what I believe in when it comes to game design and story design, but mostly game design. Like this, it's legitimately impressive. We've covered what we usually call time waster games before. No, the first thing, Roxy. Because time waster games, that's their shtick, right? But time waster games can be fun. They could be just good ways to chill and relax and unwind for a bit, you know? Oh, right, I'm actually the wrong guy. I need to talk to you.
Need some work done? Sure, have at it.
So we're going to do something really crude here, if it even lets me. It might not. I mean, this would be perfect. If I can get it. What? Oh, wait, no, that's actually not. I would have said, note to self, kill Zeiss. And then Zeiss would be dead. Nice, that's actually not overmass. It's ugly, but I don't care. Because I just want a lot of extra cargo. So, yes, please. You stole my life, Zeiss. You stole my soul. You stole my hope and dreams for the future.
Did someone leave some food out before we left? Whoa.
And that someone is you, Barrett. Jesus, dude. Ow. Okay, resources. There we go. Okay, whew. We're still overburdened. We're no longer carrying 900 tons of ore. I will say I do think of all the things I don't like about Skyrim, one of the things they did that I agree with was they let you keep moving when you're overburdened. In like Oblivion, once you're overburdened, you're rooted to the ground. Well, Sarah sucks. The fan is decent and amusing. And Barrett feels like the Kmart, you know, we have Han Solo at home character. I'm not fond of him, but then again, I haven't done his personal quest yet, assuming he does have such a thing. Okay. We're still overburdened to hell, so let's get some health back.
Hey, you're up. Perfect. We have something for you.
More than he should have, Act. More than he should have. I do appreciate you, Zeiss, for real. And for whatever it's worth, I do think this is a worthwhile review. Trials and tribulations aside, this was a game that should have been covered, I think. You know what I mean? Yeah, necessary. Good word.
You will be scanned as you enter the city. Please keep moving.
What's really funny, you check the Metacritic for Starfield, its critic review is of 83 out of 100. And what game are they playing? I mean, I know. I shouldn't put too much faith in Metacritic of all things. But still. What? That's a good question. Could someone Google IGN's review really quick, please? I need to check something over here. No, yeah, exactly, Primal DB. This is historically significant, which is definitely one of the reasons I like to review games.
I know we're safe.
7 out of 10.
A little jittery. Can't help but worry about more of those. Oh, please take a.
Yeah, that's not great. All right, we've cleared them out of money. Yeah, 7 out of 10 for IGN is pretty bad. Oh, yep, I've got ship parts on me again. Yep, that's what it is.
Appreciate the business.
IGN Spain apparently gave this game a 10 out of 10. Wow. Starfield has a lot of forces working against it, but eventually the allure of its expansive role-playing quests and respectable combat makes its gravitational pull difficult to resist. I hope the person who wrote that had to go drink themselves to sleep that night. Yeah, exactly. Exactly, Savicom.
Stow our stuff fast and get out of here. I'm anxious to see the stars again.
I'm working on it. I am doing a bit of juggling here, but I swear this is some getting ready for the future stuff. The goal here is to never have to do any of this again once I'm done with all this crap. There we go. Okay, so we're no longer overburdened.
Hey, when you're not busy, let's chat.
Oh, did we just unlock a side quest?
Lay it on me. Here, this is for you.
Thanks.
I had almost forgotten I picked it up for you. Anyway, I figured you might have a use for it.
Yeah, appreciate it.
Don't worry about it. If I see anything on our next expedition to a planet...
Yeah, that's great. But what about the quest?
I just wanted to say thanks for the daring rescue back there. I had plans for Matsura, of course, but I appreciate the backup.
You're welcome.
It's good to be part of a team, isn't it? To be part of something so much bigger than any one of us. So many things can go wrong out there. Working with people you can trust is important. That's why I've been in Constellation so long. It's good to have people who will help out when you're in a jam.
Yeah, glad to be part of the team.
Just wait till we get matching shirts and start having official cookie days.
What's wrong with official cookie day?
They're one of humanity's greatest achievements. Modern medicine, space travel, and cookies. Constellation is quite pro-cookie. Because, you see, we value human accomplishments. Speaking of which, I'm glad you joined Constellation.
Yeah, we'll see, Act. I can flirt with him now. That's funny. Thanks, Barrett.
Just figured I'd mention it, since we haven't had much time to chat before. You know, being a member of Constellation has given me a lot of opportunities, and a fair bit of stress, I'll admit. It's hard to imagine just who I'd be had I never joined up. I would have never done so many things, met so many people. It's mind-boggling how different I would be. And I never would have met Irvin. Or lost him, I suppose.
I'm sorry, who's Irvin?
Irvin Madani was my husband. He was also a brilliant biologist who joined Constellation a couple of years before me. Yeah, he's gone now. I remember his bright smiles when I returned from my trips. Wow, more brilliant than any star.
It's impossible to know what could have happened.
That's right. We can't know the consequences of the choices we never made, and anything beyond that is imagination alone. But for the choices we made, it feels just a bit closer, doesn't it? Irvin's been gone for over 20 years. Strange how memories can pop up when you least expect it.
I'm sorry, I don't actually know what to say.
Yeah, don't worry. Logically, I know I should be over it. But I'm not, and it's gotten worse lately. I've ignored my feelings about Irvin's death since it happened. It's time for me to confront it. I'm just fortunate that Constellation has been a supporting home for me since Irvin died. I mean, where else would I get to dodge space pirates and discover new planets? On that note, I think I'd do well to distract myself with a little adventure for a bit.
Okay, well, let's go do that, then. Okay, so we have more resources. Precious resources. See if we can get our frickin' X farm going, shall we? I'm also testing something here, because I don't have all those precious resources on me. They're all on the ship.
The best thing about wearing a suit? Internal air cycle. I've been to worlds that smelled like rotten eggs covered in burnt hair, and,
Okay, good. It counts the resources in the ship. Thank God. Alright, so let's go up to here. So we've got power, we've got nickel. Let's go and get a container going. Not fancy, just a container. Connect this to here. Connect these to there. Don't ask me how this works. I'm glad they're abstracting this. Okay. Now, we add the fabricator. And we're also going to go ahead and set up a spot where people can live. Whoop. And a spot where people can get into the place where people can live. Yeah, I wasn't even going to comment on that, Evo, because, yeah, I'm just used to that at this point. Hi, what's your name? When I was a young lad, I was beaten to death by pigs. Okay, I was just saying hi. But, you know, sub. Let's go and give someone a station, y'all. Actually, 2 people a station, and then pop out of this, go y'all. Pigs are like, meh. Except that's not how pigs sound. But for the moment, we're going to pretend pigs sound like goats. Meh, meh, and they're just beating the crap out of them. Okay, we are going to assign you to this. And I guess that's it at the moment. We got room in case we want to assign someone else here. I guess we could give them, like, a bed? Like, should we give them a bed? I don't know. I'm not made of money. I'll give them a sleeping bag. Actually, fun thing. I literally can't afford a bed. You know why? Because I'm out of aluminum. I apparently need to go make an aluminum farm somewhere because I am just perpetually out of aluminum. Can I ask y'all a favor? Can someone Google a good planet for aluminum, please, so I can just set up an aluminum farm? Okay. I want to make ISO-centered magnets. And I believe... Yeah, I remember that, Roxy. It's just... I'm out of vendors to buy aluminum from. I just run around buying aluminum from every vendor that I know of. Wait, no, that's not true. I need to hit Aquila first. Thalassa in Olympus. Okay. Thalassa in Olympus. Outpost. Connect to here. Okay, like, make thing. Why aren't you making thing? Make thing? Why is it not making thing? Why are you not making thing, sir? And do we have enough power? We do not have enough power. And we don't have enough aluminum. Oh my god. Okay. Okay. Hang on. Let's go to Cheyenne. The last vendor with aluminum. But we're going to have to use this aluminum to mine aluminum, because otherwise we're going to be tapped on aluminum. I am once again asking you for aluminum. Shows a 3 and Thalassa. I'll figure out where that is.
Walls might seem like an ancient solution, but honestly, It's no different than a suit around our bodies or a ship protecting us from space. It's the primary solution to hostile surroundings.
Sarah Filburn and her brother-in-law.
Okay, so...
It looks like a quaint town, but it's got problems as big as any other city.
Take a look around. I want to do your business quick. The Ranger. How about I just show...
Okay, I would like to buy... aluminum, please. Okay, save. Olympus. Or Shoza, which one I see first. Oh, for God's sakes. Yeah, let's go to Thanatos. That sounds like the planet for me, honestly. Oh, hi.
You there. Ryujin will reward you if you take out that Ecliptic ship. Please and thank you. Thank you, whoever you are. Now, if you could come talk with...
No, I'm good, thanks. I got stuff to do. Aluminum. Let's get like right in the middle of this nonsense. We ain't got time for quests. We're here for aluminum. Yeah, funnily enough, I haven't had any real issues with getting iron. Although now that I say that, I just cursed myself because I don't have an iron farm. Okay, what do we got? Helium. Don't care. Aluminum. Right here. Perfect. Boop. Okay, so let's get an extractor. Let's get an array. And we're kind of tapped now on aluminum. We just spent all our aluminum. But I think it should be working. Barred harder? Oh my god. God damn it, we need more power, which means we need more aluminum. I need one more aluminum. Oh my god. Okay, okay. What, Culver? What? Oh, that's true.
Low gravity. Feels like you might slip and float away, right? You won't. But I love that feeling.
Okay. Yeah, the game's just like, listen. The game hates me. Personally. That's just what it is. I've just accepted this. Okay, so boom. There. Now, make aluminum happen, please. Now, we're just going to wait a minute. I'm going to need... let's see. I need... Listen, I thought that's what you mined with a mining laser. People. All right. So I want At least... Oh, I'm going to need adaptive frames for that. Enjoy, Scott K. Bar. Paragus. Yeah, I got tons of iron. Jesus, look at that. And I can plop this down right now. Boom. So where the hell do I get adaptive frames from? Don't answer that question. All right, so let's grab some aluminum. Your puns are a delight, Evo, as always. Oh, man, Satisfactory. I was actually thinking the same things, Ice, no joke. Because you know I love a good builder game. Anybody who knows me knows that that's one of my bags. Right up there with platformers. And management sims in general. So yeah, Satisfactory or Factorio. I'm really looking forward to Dyson Sphere. Man.
Oh, hey. I hope... Dang, I should have done my stretchers before we landed. Oh, well.
All right, so let's grab our aluminum. Boop. 41. Not too shabby. Now... I mean, I do Colgrim. I'm not going to lie about that. Adaptive frames. Someone remember that, please. Adaptive frames. I'm sorry. No, I did not, Evo. Would you mind repeating, please? Please, please, please. Don't hate me, Evo. Oh, put down the club, Evo, please. Put down the club. Got a lot of cobalt and nickel. Okay, so I need adaptive frames, which takes aluminum and iron. Back to that. Yep, I'm just being clubbed in the tub. Okay, outpost, switch view, switch thing. Need even more power. Just all the power. There we go. There we go. Atmosphere. No, not at all, Evo. Okay, is it working? It is. It is doing the thing. Excellent. Well, the problem is, I think this is actually not what I wanted to have happen. Okay, so I've clearly done this wrong. So let's do this. And let's go over to this and do this. Okay, so. What about you, Evo? How do you feel for the atmosphere? I like a new job, Heller.
It's always a good day when you come around.
Yeah, I'm still not giving you a bed. All right, so, okay, fine. I'll build you a freaking bed. God, people are so needy. There. Have a bed. You're welcome. Okay, let's see. Is it industrial I need? I think it's industrial I need. There we go. Okay, so first let's make some adaptive frames. Make 3 of these. All right, we need to make a isotropic matrix. So let's make, I don't know, 99 of them? That sounds like a good amount. All right. So here's the basis of the experience farm. We've got the miners digging up the materials, which dump it in a nearby storage facility. Then we've got a manufacturing thing right here, which we can then use in order to turn that into a specific item. In this case, we're making the magnet things. Every time you make a magnet thing, you gain experience. There's your experience farm. Honestly, the only downside is it takes so long to rest. I could probably increase the throughput here a little bit. If I added even more miners, extractors, I mean.
Ah, you're awake. Let's get going, shall we?
See, now I can just make even more of these things. Looks like, yeah, it looks like the cobalt is my limiter here, right here. And yeah, we're making iron daggers. That's pretty much exactly what we're doing. Oh, that's probably the problem right there. Well, let's add 2 more. And then connect. And then connect. One more connect. Now, of course, we're going to need more power. That's okay. Maybe. It might not be okay. We'll find out. So, yeah, we have an aluminum farm, finally. Yeah, by all means, Fife. Of course. I like the aesthetic too, Melkorblade. It's one of the first things I said about this game is I enjoy the aesthetic of the game. The not NASA punk, as they call it.
Hey, what's going on?
Get back to work, Heller.
That barely took any time to make at all. Wild.
We're also going to have to figure out a place to dump off all of these magnets we're making. Now, von Falkenstein says adaptive thingies are even better. And for that, we need to find an aluminum and iron spot. Not that I'm aware of, Fife, no. Now, having said that, I have a very vague memory of them talking about expanding what races can play which classes. So let me look something up here really quick. Let's see. I don't see anything here. I don't know. Do not know. Looks like Bessel 3B actually has aluminum and iron.
Need a moment, or are you good to go?
Here to shoot the breeze?
There we go. Much better ratios. Oh, we're never done. There's us. Okay, hang on. So 1 adaptive frame gives 1 experience. And we gotta wait a second on the other one.
Sleep well? Let's hope. We have so much to do, to see.
The magnet also gives 1 experience. So yeah, it's the same diff. Yeah, but I got a cobalt spot like right here, so I'm good. I do have a lot of whatchafigs on me. ISO-centered magnets. Shame I don't really have a lot of use for them, but, you know, whatever.
Hey, how are you?
Could be von Falkenstein. So there's the outpost system in a nutshell. We have now thoroughly covered it. Any questions? Now we gotta get back to the ship. Mind me, just leveling acrobatics. Honestly, yes, Melkor Blade. It's there, but like, it could be so much more than it is. Even Fallout 4, which, let's be honest, outposts were like a fun little mini game kind of thing in Fallout 4. But even in Fallout 4, they were better than they are here. Like, for example, I hate to keep going back to actual builder games, but Dyson Sphere program has a mechanic built into the game where you can have resources sent from one planet to the other. You know, like a caravan system. And so being able to actually pool together resources into a central hub, like imagine if you could set up mining outposts all over the place and ship all of those to a central hub facility, which you can then set up with all the crafting outposts to be able to actually start crafting all the stuff. And that would be cool. But you can't. Instead, doing that would involve manually and physically bouncing around the outposts yourself to pick up each of those. Yeah, I did too, Roxy. It was fun. I enjoyed it. Get out of my bed. Oh my God, get out of my bed. No, that's my Point Dragon player. Fallout 4 had caravans, which was cool. I used the caravans in Fallout 4. It was fun. Call me weird. Or stupid, I don't know. I've never encountered that one, Triaxia.
It's my second favorite thing in the galaxy.
Get up.
But I'm not sure what you were trying to hit. But I apologize for getting in your way.
I got a job for you, adoring fan. Why don't you check up on this outpost? I need you to run this extremely important outpost. Think you can do that for me? We'll assume that's a yes. All right. So anyways, an interstellar cargo link. What the heck is an interstellar cargo link? Those are the one Dad gave us, Melkor Blade, who, if you don't remember, was voiced by Tim Ross. No, don't. Oh, for God's sakes. You know, this was Morrowind. I could craft a spell that casts Soul Trap Other for 2 seconds, and then improve athletics by any amount for 1 second, and then just cast it on the ground for a couple of minutes, and then I'd be able to move a lot faster than this forever. That's also true, Rex. Cannot argue. There we go. Okay, so. Correct, Dakota. There it is. Okay. Actually, while we're here, I can actually make this. So let's just make a landing pad right here so we don't have to deal with any of that crap anymore. So we'll need... Okay. It requires helium to keep it operable. And if I'm reading this correctly, it looks like you can only send... You can only connect 2 outposts in this manner? Or I'm saying this wrong, but my point is I can't connect, for example, 10 outposts to 1, which is what I want to do. I want to have a web of all the resources going to one spot. Let's look this up a little. We'll also need to keep them fueled with helium-3, so that's kind of its own problem, too. Would you believe? No, Mr. Red. Yeah, from what I'm reading, you're right, Azukala. We're going to need to really dig into leveling up the engineering skills and the research trees in order to really dig into this. And I think we're good. I think we're good. I think I'm just going to walk away from this and never touch it again. Let's go do some MSQ.
Back in the lap
This is
of
United
luxury,
Colony
right?
space. Maintain current course while we scan for contraband.
Yeah, honestly, if I was going to cheat, I probably would have already done it by this point.
Scan complete. Go ahead and land.
Whoops. Okay, I'm glad that didn't actually hit. Actually, we have some precedence for that. If I turn on cheats just to poke at things that otherwise would be infeasible, that's not actually a cheat flag.
We got a rook on deck. Good to see Constellation getting some fresh blood.
Good to meet you.
Aha! You got your nickname from Vlad. You're official now.
Wish I could have been down at the lodge to see the artifacts come together. But I got a little lost peeking through the eye.
Someone should have grabbed you. It was incredible.
Probably would have just gotten annoyed at being bothered. I'll catch a smile at our next big revelation. You know there's more to come. Now, this station, the Eye, rigged up for deep space scans. Barrett and Sarah teased out the signs of where our artifacts could be hiding after we caught our second one. But the data takes a slow ride along the Sea of Light. Years or decades between us and the fringes of space without a grav drive.
Okay, so you want me to check out in person?
You won't be the only constellation out there. Andreja and Mateo are both following up on scans themselves. Mateo went out recently, but Andreja, it's been a while. Hate to pull a worried old man act on you, but I'm an old man, and I'm worried.
Okay, I'll keep an eye out for Andreja.
It's okay to be worried about her, Vlad. She's been out there for a while.
She should be at one of the 2 sites I've marked on your star map. Can take care of herself, but we all need backup sometimes. Anyway, Hopefully you'll be catching Fortune's smile, and we'll have some more artifacts to take a closer look at. Happy hunting.
Okay.
Jaw the words another time, then.
Yeah, I've never been a fan of locking functionality behind leveling. That's just not something that ever sits right with me. Wait, no, wait, why are you... Okay. Stop doing what you're doing. Oh my god. Yeah, I'm curious what things we're going to unlock in the MSQ. So far it's been nothing, but we'll see. Oh, right. Maybe the jackass is out of my bed now.
Have something for you.
Finally, you're up. Let's go.
Well, the good news, Baron, is it's also horribly boring to play. And yeah, the ship Dad gave us only has one bed. I will say one thing that I already think is nice about the MSQ, although this might just be...
Time to shine. That's all, huh?
You know, anything is better than nothing. But we've at least been seeing some variety in biomes and areas.
Structure is common to biological organisms like that.
Like, I don't know about you guys, I was getting a little bit tired of pretty much the same areas over and over and over in all of the primary optional quests. Yeah, there's just straight up ankylosaurs in here. Oh, yeah, it's got a goal. Whee. 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 Actually, yeah. Stuff to make healing stuff, Dakota. It's part of why I've been bothering to loot them. I was doing that with the Terramorphs, too. Okay, so that's still not helpful. But cool. Cool. So we found an artifact. Neat. Alright, next.
Hey, you might want this.
Probably all of it tracks, yeah. Yep, we've seen 2 more seconds of the Reapers wiping out the, I can't remember what they're called, the Protheans.
Some people look down their noses at mining, but it's critical for everything society does. Nice technique.
We'll get there someday, Saffron.
On some planets, it takes a millennia for some cave formations to grow.
Don't come any closer.
On others, it can take
Identify
days.
yourself.
Hi. I'm with Constellation. Vladimir Sol sent me to find you.
Oh, good. I suppose I should have guessed. It has been too long since I checked in.
Andresia, good to see you. Looking a little more murdery than usual, but let's just say they had it coming.
You are the newest member, yes? Do they often send you to check up on other, more senior members?
I mean, yeah.
Perhaps. I suspect Vladimir worried you might find me on the ground, instead of this one. We waste time. We should complete our mission and then we can talk.
Okay, what's our mission here exactly? Okay, sure, whatever. I accept. Yeah, Barrett's like, hi, and she's like, I don't acknowledge that you're here. Because remember, we could do this quest before we recruited Barrett.
This is an active industrial site.
Come down. Meet your death.
Freak on me!
Listen, Mass Effect 1 is a brand new game. Just came out 20 minutes ago. You can't make that comparison, okay? Starfield is functionally an 8-year-old game, so it's just unfair to compare modern marvels like Mass Effect 1 to Starfield.
Please. I've done this 1,000 times.
And once again, we are triumphant.
We just met, Andrea. I mean, fair, Rex. It's one of those interesting things, though, because obviously the game just came out last year, 6 months ago, but in reality land, it really does actually feel like it came out 8 years ago. And considering this game is a worse Fallout 4, yeah. By the way, Fallout 4 came out 8 years ago. Like, it's interesting to think about. I'm sorry, I'm making my point badly because I'm really tired and bored, but some games take a long time to come out, and as a result, they're dated once they do, you know, because they just had such a long development time. Dragon Age Origins is actually a good example of that. Now, Dragon Age Origins rocked, so I'm willing to forgive that, but it was still a very dated game even when it came out. And I definitely feel like Starfield falls into that same category. Like, this game has just taken so long that it fell behind. I wasn't even going to mention the obvious examples like Duke Nukem Forever. It is actually quite rare that a game takes forever in development and still manages to somehow feel modern. Off the top of my head, StarCraft 2 would be an example of that.
We gotta leave! Now! Push forward! Oh, damn it!
Oh, whoops. Yeah, GTA 5 and Red Dead Redemption 2 would probably qualify too. Remember, GTA 5 is an extraordinarily old game, but it sure doesn't feel like it. Like, remind me, when did GTA 5 come out? Just real quick. Let's put a number on that. 2013. Yeah, we reviewed it last year when it was 10 years old. And it still feels like a modern game. Because it's GTA 5. And yeah, GTA games take forever. What I'm trying to say is, those are the exceptions, I think. Yeah. From a project management perspective, it's probably a bit of a double-edged sword. Because there's obviously some... diminishing returns, but if you are allowed to take your time with a game, you can really polish it and, well, have something like that. Here's another example of a game that just came out last year that was delayed so they could polish it more. Mario Wonder. That game feels like a game that just came out, which, I mean, you get my point. Okay, here's 2 more seconds of whatever that is.
You are back. You did not respond when I called to you after you pulled out the artifact. Does that mean Barrett's theory and experience were correct? The artifact grants the first person who...
Andrea? 6 feet distance. Oh my god, you can see the bumps in her skin. 6 feet! 6 feet! Oh my god! Hi. I will not have sex with you.
The fact that it has happened to both you and Barrett is already more than we had before. I think it is important that we discuss what you saw back there. That man. What I had done.
Oh my god! This is terrifying! This is oh god, she's getting closer!
It was, yes. I appreciate that you see it that way. A very practical outlook, not one I find is shared amongst members of Constellation. May I ask what your background is?
I'm a miner.
Argos. I have heard of this company. Small, reckless. Interesting. I do not have experience with this profession, but I have my own experiences with risk. We both seem to be unusual additions to Constellation.
Oh my god. Listen to her dialogue. She's totally coming on to me. This is the beginning of a porno right here. We both appear to be unusual additions to Constellation.
Please, I would ask that you not mention to Vladimir the circumstances in which you found me. This is not the first time that Varun zealots have attempted to corner me. If it is known that this has happened again, well, it has been a while since I was given an assignment on my own. I would not want it to be even longer in the future. Do you understand?
Yeah, you notice I'm just like trying to not look at the screen. Don't worry. I won't say anything. I will never give away your secret, but I'm afraid it's going to cost you. What must I do? I'll do anything for you to keep my secret.
Mom, this means we are in agreement. Thank you. That is good to know.
Oh my
I will
God.
finish here and return to New Atlantis when I can. You should go now, as they will be expecting us.
Ah, okay. Ugh. That was honestly disorienting. Like, legitimately. Yeah, the whole time. Lady, I'm right here. Oh, okay. She's just like, she's like right here. She's shoving her mouth into my eyes. God. Yeah, technically her eyes would have been like right here, staring right at my head. And she's like, are you bald? And it's like, ma'am, it's kind of rude. Oh, God.
This place is a delightful relic tangled up with hope, grit, and science.
Your service, Captain.
We were worried. Look at you two. I'm jealous. I tried following up on some leads myself, but came back empty-handed. They could be anywhere, can't they? Embedded in a rock, or in the hands of an unsuspecting novelty goods trader?
Yeah, they're pretty cool. That has nothing to do with anything, but I'm going to say that.
I catch myself just staring at the collection sometimes, wondering what it all means. Maybe that's how our ancestors felt when they were looking up at the stars for the first time.
They didn't just gawk at the stars, Mateo. They explored. They tested. Science brought us to space, not daydreaming.
I disagree. What's the point of science if not to enable humanity's dreams? And where do those dreams come from?
Not every dream is a pleasant one. I agree with Noel. The work is what moves us forward.
You're with me, right? Science or dreams? Which one is the true muse of space exploration?
Yeah, no. I'm staying out of this. Also science.
Another realist has joined our ranks. I'm outnumbered.
The truth hurts, Mateo.
Science is a scaffold for our hopes to materialize. We cannot build dreams upon dreams.
You know what? I just realized I completely overtook this whole conversation. This should be about you and Andrasia celebrating a win for the group.
I do not mind being asked to join in a debate. It was good to hear everyone's sides. But I do agree that we accomplished something together. Thank you for your help.
I'm okay. Yep, happy to be traveling with you.
I have no objections. Let us see what else we can find out there.
Noel, pulling some interesting data from those new artifacts. Tell the Rook to meet me back on board the station.
Oh, then thank you, but it was not necessary. We succeeded.
Yep, we're still the Rook. We have found 3 artifacts. It's it's Quark's mansion tracks, yeah.
Bet you never expected to end up involved in something like this.
I didn't even see him.
What's on your mind?
Where is he? Well, whatever. It's Quark's mansion. I need to check something super quick here. Okay. Oh, let me guess. Because I saw something like that earlier on Falkenstein. Is it down here in the bunker, or where is it? There it is. Okay, this one's being tricky and the other one was. But I saw this earlier where I could, oh, I think I had it for a second. I could reach through the gap in between the door. Unless they patch that, that would actually be really funny. Well, anyways, so there's that thing. Not that we need that. Okay.
Whew. Always a satisfying moment to return to your ship.
You know, I wouldn't mind those mandatory cutscenes as much if they were used to hide loading screens, you know, Metroid style. They're not. We have talked to Barrett, yeah. I guess we could talk to her. Hey, you, tell me your backstory.
Hello.
So, what's up?
You do not need to ask me if you may ask. You may just ask.
Oh my god, I'm Evo! So, you ever want to captain your own ship?
I have done so in the past, when necessary. But I am not the best pilot, and it seems prudent to apply my skills where they are most useful. Lately, that means aiding you. And that, I think, has worked out very well. You might find it absurd, but honestly, the Lodge. I have never been surrounded by such a remarkable group of people, present company included. It has been a very long time since I have been someplace that could possibly feel like home. There are worlds beyond count out there, but that feeling is rare and precious.
What do you do with your free time?
Honestly, I cannot answer that. So many years have been driven by survival in intense circumstances. Leisure time it's been in short supply. And I suppose I have conditioned myself to not think about it much. I do enjoy combat training, though I suppose that is hardly the answer you're looking for. You have given me something to consider. Thank you for that.
Cool.
Thank you for asking.
And remember, Evo, you don't have to ask.
Goodbye.
So don't ask to ask, just ask.
Now that those artifacts aren't just blips of hope in the blackest sea, I found an interesting pattern. The grav anomaly generated by one of those artifacts, it matches one on another planet. A bigger one.
Point me at him.
All right, let me transfer over the data. But I need you wearing caution's boots for this one. No telling what this thing is or why it's so large. Going to send you the mark close as I can, but I'm having trouble pinpointing the source. You'll need to explore the area on foot. Put your scanner to work. Don't know what you'll find. Keep your eyes open.
Got it.
And from there, maybe you can...
Whoops. Alright. Hey, Procyon 3, I've got an outpost out there. So yeah, 10 to 1, she's like an ex-zealot. I don't remember their names. The people who we've seen like have no presence in this game at all. Varun, that's them. Oops, whoops, oops. Yeah, the serpent people, exactly. It would explain why people are hunting her, explain why she's, you know, in a survivalist scenario. Okay, so when I say land on the planet, completely Evo? No. Even games that don't have loading screens are actually just clever about hiding them. Having everything active all at the same time just isn't feasible with our current understanding of computing. Yeah, good example, Art. Now, if we ever do reach a point where we can have all data simultaneously active at the same time, then yeah, loading will no longer be a thing because everything is loaded. That would be interesting. Yeah, supercomputer is kind of an outdated term. That thing sitting right there is a supercomputer by the classic definition of the word. Quantum computing is a little bit different. And also very much a fiction. My biggest complaint with the scanner thing, and I know this sounds like a strange complaint, is that it's first person. What I would actually prefer is if you pop out the scanner, and you know how when we're in an outpost we do have that top-down view? Imagine you pop out the scanner and it goes bzzz, and you can just look around in an area around you like, what do we got around here? And then, you know. Instead, it's kind of hard to tell what you're looking at any given point in time just because of this. Excuse me.
What does your scanner reveal?
I don't know. Let me use my elf eyes here really quick. But yeah, background loading is something that goes back to the 90s. And I really have a feeling that we're going to see that become the norm at some point. Frankly, it's just another sign of how this game is out of date, that it does not employ that, but instead uses straight up traditional load screens. Also true, Goldberg. And they also do cellular? They do cell loading, too, even though there's probably no reason to in many of these.
This is what we have been looking for? It is... I do not have words.
So, I've heard several players refer to a concept of a temple. It appears this is our first temple, whatever that is. Probably of the ancient aliens, who are like, you know, mwahaha. See, here's an ancient alien right now, and it's dead. That's the American way. Find new life, and then burn it to death. And then maybe barbecue it, I think would be next step. Whoa, 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 whoa. Okay. Leftover burrito act. Quite looking forward to it. I'm pretty hungry. I didn't have much of a breakfast. I was too nauseous to have much. Okay. 0G. Cool. I can work with that.
Those rings. Are they moving? They seem to react to us.
Oh no, I'm still very much in recovery, and I am not doing great. Okay. Yeah, we're about to find the Starforge, everyone. And use that to finally bring victory to one of the factions. It's jump and crouch, 040. That's why. Oh yeah, we also have the independent route, obviously. So you get back the UC, the Free Star, the colonist evil people, or the colonist, the cultist evil people, or independent. Which one would you pick? Real question. Like, assuming that was an option. I'll be honest, that didn't even occur to me, von Falkenstein. Like, if you were paying attention, I walked into one of these earlier and nothing happened, so thanks to the total lack of feedback, I just assumed nothing was happening. This whole game has a really bad feedback issue, doesn't it? There is an audio cue there, which is getting more obvious as we go through it, but that first audio cue was not super obvious. In fact, I didn't hear it at all. Okay, there's a reason the rule of 3 exists, Bethesda. What am I doing, lore-wise? Oh god, I have no idea what we're doing lore-wise right now. Yeah, we're currently doing drugs. All the drugs.
That has done it. Look. The center of the rings beckons.
You say so. This is extraordinarily dangerous. Okay. What? We have magic powers in this game. Yeah, we have shouts. Straight up.
Are you alright? We need to get you back to the lodge.
Yeah, we have shouts now. How did we get out here? Where did the temple go? And yeah, there's obviously several, which, yeah. Okay, never mind, there's the temple. So, there are power abilities in this game locked behind the MSQ. Which sounds familiar, because Skyrim pulled that exact same trick. I will admit, that is a complete shock to me. I didn't know anything about that. I have been spoiled on a couple minor things, which I've been able to extrapolate, because it's me. But nobody said anything about having frickin' shouts. Radiation powers. Yeah, we have the ability to mind control people.
Constellation does have excellent lodging.
What does it do?
Crix's bones. Look at you.
If you don't mind, I'm gonna start doing some scans. Like, right now.
We were right about the anomaly, weren't we? Tip our ears on the tale.
Yeah, there was a building that gave me superpowers.
What in the blackest sea are you going on about? What did it do to you?
Vladimir, look at these readings. Cardiovascular and neurological levels aren't in the normal range.
I think we're going to need a little demonstration. Mind putting the paces to it?
Sure. Let me use my superpower in front of you. Again.
Everyone saw that, right?
Like a literal gift from the heavens.
And also the most practical consequence of our little venture thus far.
Got no old shipwise for this one. Going to just call weird, weird.
I'm gonna use this everywhere.
So we have artifacts, a temple, and this power. All connected.
But we do not understand the connections. We need additional information.
Can we find more of them?
Already picked one up from the scans. Matches another one of the artifacts we found. In theory, there might be one temple for each. But sifting through all the signs to identify a match is tricky. Impossible if we don't have the right artifact to compare. And even then, it takes time.
I'm still processing the fact that they just straight up put shouts in the game.
Don't think it's just fortune's left that this temple responded to you. The artifacts, the visions, this power you've gotten, all seems to be the same song somehow. Plenty to think about. Anyway, catch a smile out there. I'll work on finding planet anomalies that match the other artifacts we have.
Well, as with all things, even if it is lazy, which it kind of is, if we're being honest with ourselves, if they're good, it doesn't really matter, right?
Well, I suppose that station in orbit has more than paid for itself at this point.
Ask if you've got questions. Speak up if you have ideas.
Ron Hope was a real piece of work, wasn't he?
Yeah, he was pretty despicable.
Despicable is too kind a word. He held innocent people with little regard, treating their lives like numbers on a balance sheet. It's an absolute disgrace.
Couldn't agree more.
I'm relieved to hear you say that. Letting him off the hook would have been a terrible injustice.
I mean, in my defense, he literally tried to kill me.
Had you taken the money, this would have been a very different conversation. I'm proud of you. It took a lot of integrity to say no to that offer.
Money isn't everything.
No, it certainly isn't. Especially when it comes at the expense of human lives. Well, I think I've lectured you enough. Thanks for taking the time to listen to me. When you have a few moments, there's something I'd like to discuss.
Okay.
Handling those tricky decisions regarding Ryujin must have been difficult. In fact, I'm amazed you were able to deal with them at all. Those types of corporations remind me why I never ventured into business. I can't stand that way of life.
Ugh. It was awful.
It is disgusting. And I'm pleased you recognized that Ryujin almost made a grievous error in judgment. After all, based on your recommendation, they've ceased their work on that disturbing neuroamp technology.
Yeah. Duh.
Why wouldn't I be pleased about your decision? Can you imagine if that technology had fallen into the wrong hands? The awful things you could force people to do. Oh, it's terribly frightening.
Exactly. Now, I want you to go back into my room right now, and you're going to watch Star Trek Nemesis. Anyways.
Yes, quite. Well, I've certainly taken up enough of your time. Thanks for letting me get that off my mind. When you have a moment, I'd like to speak to you.
Okay.
Sorry to pull you aside like this, but I wanted to take a moment to congratulate you. Taking those steps to eradicate the Terramorph threat is essential to the safety of every living thing in the settled systems. You should be proud.
I mean, yeah.
Indeed. Leaving that problem unchecked could have made the situation go from bad to worse. I only wish that the United Colonies chose to exterminate the Terramorphs with the experimental microbe, instead of choosing this ridiculous Asili
Oh
solution.
my god.
Apparently, their decision was based on your recommendation. That was a risky choice you've made.
Actually, it was the less risky choice, for reasons we actually talked about at length.
Minimal risk. Are you sure?
Yes.
The Asili solution might take years, perhaps even decades. Meanwhile, the clock is ticking for humankind. That sounds far too risky to me.
Sarah. I could not condone the release of a plague into our ecosystem.
Well, I'm disappointed that you didn't trust the science. Thankfully, the eradication of the Lazarus plant gives the Asilis a bit more time to do their job.
I feel as though I've let you down, Sarah.
Of course. I wouldn't have it any other way. I appreciate the fact that you've taken the time to listen to my opinion on the matter. I'm sorry if I've said anything that jeopardizes our working relationship.
Oh no, we can still totally have sex.
I need to talk to you about.
Oh my god!
Thanks for giving me a moment of your time. I promise this won't take long. I thought you deserved to know how proud I am that you chose to side with the United Colonies and put an end to the Crimson Fleet. You've almost single-handedly saved the settled systems from one of its most dangerous enemies. I can't possibly commend you highly enough.
That's high praise coming from you.
Well, I'm not sure I deserve that, but I appreciate it all the same. What I want to know is what motivated you into making the right decision.
God, I don't know. Basic human decency?
And you could have easily taken it to the key. Instead, you flew it to the Vigilance.
You're joking, right? Like, why are you...
Yes, that would have been unfortunate. The Crimson Fleet would have had enough wealth to fund their operation for decades. So, no regrets betraying Delgado then? I imagine you and he formed quite a partnership right up until the end.
He threatened me almost every conversation I had with him. Usually threatened me with death, actually, while we're on the subject. And then he was like, no, man. He wasn't so bad. Life just dealt him a bad hand. What the crap, game?
Agreed. With Delgado safely tucked away in a UC prison, things will certainly be quieter in the spaceways for a while. I suppose my final concern is how long this newfound peace will last.
I'm sure that's the last we'll ever see of the Crimson Fleet.
I wish I could share your optimism. My largest concern are the reports that Neva Mora was never captured or killed. My hope is that she was smart and went into permanent exile. I suppose only time will tell. Ah. Well, it appears I've soured the mood of our lovely conversation. I trust my mindless prattle hasn't been too much of a bother. Thanks for taking the time to listen. There's something I need to talk to you about.
Oh my god!
Thanks for taking the time to talk. I wanted to ask you about the artifact you found on Bactera. When you pulled it from the rock, held it in your hands for the first time, how did you feel?
Sounds and music.
No, I don't think you understand. I know about the visions, the light, and the music. How did you feel inside? What were your thoughts?
Power. Unlimited power.
Raw energy? I've never heard that one before. I shouldn't be surprised. The artifacts aren't exactly what you'd call normal.
Oh yeah, by the way, if romance exists in this game, we probably should test it. So naturally we'll be romancing Sarah here.
True. But hey, how else would you describe it? The artifacts are so different, so alien, and I'm certain one of them reached out and spoke to you. Quite the mystery.
Yeah.
Yes, precisely. You'd think, after our combined years of space travel, one of us would have stumbled across some answers, but unfortunately, we're empty-handed.
It must be very frustrating.
Frustrating? No. Bewildering? Yes. It would be, oh, well, an explorer's dream to solve a mystery like this.
We'll get the bottom mystery together. Marry me, Sarah!
I knew I picked the right person for the job. Look, I wanted to thank you for taking the time to talk, and for keeping an open mind. And I also wanted to say, well, I'm pleased we're on this journey together. It's the best decision I've made in quite a long time.
Remember, we actually did push the MSQ forward a few steps, specifically to dump her as a party member. Speaking of which, though. Join me.
Always. Point the way. Ms. Morgan? It's actually... Can I help? Fine by me.
What do you do for fun?
Exploration is my entire life. I consider it both a career and recreation. That being said, I will make a confession, but you have to promise to keep it between us.
Of course.
Before I graduated from school, I was in a band. And no, I don't mean the school band. I mean a rock band. We called ourselves Ironic Comet. A ridiculous name, I know. But we were just a bunch of teenagers getting together and having fun. And before you ask, no, I wasn't the lead singer. I actually played the drums. The band never really went anywhere, of course, but those were good times, and I remember them fondly.
What do you consider your areas of expertise?
You mean apart from being the chair of Constellation for the past 5 years? Well, let's see. I pride myself with my aptitude for astrodynamics, calculating optimal trajectories for grav jumping. That's been quite useful in the past. And as far as planetary exploration, my area of expertise is botany. So don't worry, I won't let you eat anything that might put you in the hospital.
Thanks.
I hope you got something out of that.
This is the original voice actress for Y'shtola from FF14 ARR Act. She's done a few things over the years. So who's Sam Coe?
Oh, that's right. He wasn't here when you first showed up. He should be back by now. I'll let him handle the introductions. If I steal his thunder, I'll never hear the end of it.
Okay.
Bye for now.
Yeah, no, the voice direction or total lack thereof has been obvious the whole game.
And you must be the latest poor fool to get dragged into our dysfunctional little family.
You must be Sam Coe, Freestar Collective expert.
Whoa. I know a few dark sides of the Aquila Moons, but if you're looking for deep history lessons, well, I'm gonna fall asleep before you do.
Trust me. Don't encourage him. Kuriko, by the way. Hi.
That's not how children talk or sound.
Nice to meet anyone brave enough to fly the frontier.
Know a thing or two about spacecraft, do we?
Hey, don't spook our new friend. Frontier's a fine ship. Honest. Now, let's talk business. Sarah tell you about the expedition?
No.
Sure enough. That's where we're heading. The three of us are heading to Aquila, first settled planet of the Freestar Collective, and, not coincidentally, the home of their capital, Aquila City. We'll land in the city's spaceports, but the frontier's our goal. It's rough country. Spawned a lot of stories. And I got a lead on a tale that makes me think one thing. Artifact.
Well, let's do it.
Okay. We'll meet you on board your ship. Talk more when we get there. Once we land on Aquila, it's gonna be you and me. So if you want to do any freewheeling before then, Cora and I will just be riding passenger.
Something you need?
Marry me, Sarah. Mwah, mwah. Oh, wait, no. The only person I can marry is those lips. Where are those lips? I need them. I'm jonesing for the lips. Yeah, MMO scale is a real thing. That's my own term for it. But it really is kind of bonkers in a game that bothers to render so much empty terrain and then tries to call a podunk little dirt town the capital of an interstellar empire.
Greetings.
That has never stopped bothering me. I'm sorry for keep hammering. At least this kind of looks like a city. At least it kind of looks like, you know, it's an outpost. Actually, it's probably a better word for this. I could kind of buy this. You know. Ugh. Apparently this is actually not considered main quest. But we must have it. I must have the power!
Where are we headed next?
Oh no, it's the Crimson Fleet? What?
Grav drive down! We can't jump!
You made a big mistake!
That's funny, because I'm actually doing a bit worse, Lord Firestorm, but thank you.
They got the crab drive!
So, he's out, the Klingons are dead. It's the illusory the Crimson Fleet. That's what it is. Yeah, we've actually made the comparison several times. Both, Megaton in Fallout 3 and Imperial City in Oblivion feel more like cities than this nonsense, than Aquila. And that's sad, because both of those are really, really small areas. I even popped into Oblivion briefly to show it off. I would also agree with Whiterun. And you know I'm not a big fan of Skyrim. Hey, look, uranium. Not yet writing, no. Yeah, you know what? Atlantis looks like a college. I agree with that. It's a good word for it. Well, the only town I remember in New Vegas to any distinction, because I'm worthless and terrible, is Novak. And what I find funny about Novak is that it's just the one frickin' apartment, or not apartment, hotel, but it kind of worked for what it was going for. It felt like a little town, but it did a good job of it. I don't know, it was weird. And yeah, I had the dino out front. It's cool. I liked it. I like Novak. Yeah, crossroad. That's a good word for it. So is the comedy good in this game?
I need to discuss with you.
Very well. I will discuss things with you.
Now that we have a moment, I wanted to ask how you're feeling.
Desperately in love with you.
Experience at the temple. You've given everyone at the lodge quite a scare.
I feel powerful.
That's distressing, but to be expected, I suppose.
I like Rivet City too.
According to what I've heard, your body absorbed an almost unquantifiable amount of energy of a type we can't even begin to understand. We're dealing with something unknown to modern science. Who knows how this encounter has affected your body or your mind?
Take me to your leader, human. No, I'm a bit scared. I'll be honest with it.
I know, and I feel terrible that I can't provide you with the proper reassurance. That temple proves we're dealing with entities of unknown origin. The problem is that we can't even begin to guess what their intention was towards us and where they've gone.
You think it was aliens? I think it was aliens.
It's a possibility I've considered, but I'm not 100% convinced. The only thing we can be certain of is that the technology we've encountered points to beings that live outside the settled systems.
Right. I don't think they're malevolent. It's fine.
Perhaps. It's just that... Oh, I'm afraid that we're flying almost completely blind here.
Yeah, it's called exploring.
All we know for certain at this point is that whoever created the artifacts are the same beings that built the temple.
Actually, we don't know that for certain. There are plenty of circumstances which could lead towards the artifacts being made by a completely different species or political entity or cultural group than the people who built the temples. Like, that's extremely easy to think about.
Anything else is just guesswork. I might as well put on a blindfold and toss darts at theories written on the wall.
You've never done this kind of thing before, have you?
Oh, believe me, this is positively exhilarating. Think about the significance of this research. The questions it raises alone are mind-boggling. Who was this wondrous structure built to accommodate? How long ago did these entities inhabit our universe? Are they still out there, somewhere?
Maybe they were intended for us. I've seen 2001 Space Odyssey.
Perhaps. We'll need more data to be sure. It's funny. I used to think the artifacts were the end-all be-all of scientific discovery, the pinnacle mystery of our time. Never in my wildest dreams did I imagine it would lead to something of this magnitude. I just hope that you'll come through this, whatever it is, unharmed.
And here I thought I was the subject of your wildest dreams.
Well, yes, of course you are. I was speaking of the power you've acquired. This is all scientifically speaking, of course. Look, I've already taken up too much of your time.
That was painful.
All I can do is promise that I'm not going to make you deal with this mystery alone. Whatever might be happening, I'll be right here to help you every step of the way.
That was not great flirting, I'm not gonna lie. And yeah, it's really, really easy to assume that the people who crafted the temples are not connected to the people who crafted the artifacts. Because you've probably heard of a concept called a museum. It's the accent, Loner. Also, going back to Rivet City for a second, let me walk that back. I actually don't like Rivet City gameplay-wise, because it's way too irritating and frustrating to navigate for what it is. But lore-wise, I love Rivet City. It's one of my favorite cities in Fallout from a narrative perspective. Oh, absolutely, Royting. Oh my god, please tell me this isn't all that's involved every time we do these. Oh no, we're totally gonna date Sarah. For review purposes. This has been a commonly established trend. We're gonna do at least one romance to see how bad it is. Because let's be honest, it's usually bad. I don't know, Miss Lips, those lips. Oh. Right, we're gonna cheat on Sarah with Miss Lips. That's what it's gonna be. There's 20 of these things? Oh god, I can't remember her name. The cleric Knights of Star Wars. Well, if I'm being honest with you, Savacom, I picked Sarah because she feels like the default choice, the Morgan equivalent. And I feel if we're only going to do one romance, it's usually a good idea to try and go with the default in order to just kind of see as a vague vibe what the writers and designers think of their romance writing. This is taking a while and is extremely unengaging. Do you notice we can actually fail at some of these if we take too long to get to them? This is padding! Oh my god! You're giving me superpowers, but you're making it padded. This is not gameplay. This is wasting my time. You goddamn game. Yeah, same cutscene, different pattern. We now know how to say foos. Yeah, the game, you have made acquiring superpowers boring. What is wrong with you? Personal atmosphere. Oxygen pure and clean, brought forth to breathe deep and counteract harmful carbon dioxide. That actually sounds kind of useful. I'll stick with anti-grav, though. Yeah, you have a Gatling gun. How many of you have ever played Wolfenstein 3D? The original. Back in the day. Back in the day. You know what one of my most fond memories is? of Wolfenstein 3D. It's a finding the Gatling gun and unloading for the first time and just being like, yes, and enjoying the feel of it and the sound of it and just mowing down Nazis with it. Now, obviously,
Scan complete. You are clear to land in New Atlantis.
that's
Please enjoy your visit to Jemison.
obviously how impressive that is nowadays is like debatable. But the point is, even back then, even if it came from the friggin' 90s, they still bothered to make the Gatling gun enjoyable because it's a Gatling gun. And again, we showed this off just a couple of days ago. The shotgun. Just the basic ass shotgun in Doom Eternal. Hell's bells when you get the super shotgun in Doom Eternal. There's another one. Wait, what? What? Did you... Come on. Track the damn quest. There we go. Jesus. You know what? Actually, so I don't remember Quake 3 all that much, Colbert. But you know what I do remember is Quake 2 and 1. And in both of those games, yeah, braka, braka, braka. There's several guns. And they usually had a section devoted towards, here's a place to play around with your new gun.
Oh, sore. One too many squats.
Give me your power.
Got one. I'd go into the astronomical charting data with you, but clear as day just to point you right to it.
Thanks. Yeah, that's a good point. Sarah, why aren't you getting superpowers? It's the sex, isn't it? See, it turns out, you know how in monster movies, if you are a virgin, you are super powerful and super indestructible? Well, it turns out that that same vibe prevents people from gaining alien superpowers. Who knew?
I have things for you.
Oh, I bet you do. Yes, we are the chosen one. In their tongue, they call him the Cosmokeen. Starborn. Ba-ba-bum, 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 bum, ba-ba-ba-bum. No, you're missing it, Evo. She's not a virgin because we've been banging her. And that's what has removed her power.
I wonder if it's always looked like this.
Well, that's an easy one. I can literally see the temples right there. You know my favorite part? Every single one of these is really boring. Not just the flying around once you're actually in there. Go to the dude, have a docking animation, walk in, talk to him. He tells you to go to a spot. Warp to the spot, unskippable landing animation, and then you have to walk to the temple. Then you can fly around and waste your time. Yeah, I, honestly, if you don't mind Von Falkenstein. Oh yeah, talk to the dude. I don't even feel like giving other ways they could have done this better, to be honest with you. Like, usually, I don't like to criticize without critiquing. God, my voice is just cracking, isn't it? I don't like to just say, this sucks, end statement. But this sucks. This is so stupid. Okay, what do we got? Less annoying temples. No longer have to go to Vlad. Scanners no longer needed. As soon as you exit the ship on the planet, it will give you the quest marker to the temple. It's going to pop up every time you land. You only need to hit one distortion. and you will automatically receive the missions. God, yes. Let's see if we can figure out how to install this stupid thing. No, James Hogan. Whoa, 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 whoa. Yeah, I think there's two things this game is going to be king on. One is padding, and the other is dialogue. I don't think I don't think. I have never seen a game this padded before. Or, to be more accurate, I've never reviewed a game this padded before. And I've never reviewed a game with this bad of dialogue before. Oh, there it is. Oh. Yeah, Ride to Hell, we'll see. I hope Ride to Hell actually beats this game in negative score. That'd be sad if it doesn't. Well, now, I've played EverQuest, Melkor Blade. Near as I can tell, there's absolutely no variety at all, Solar Galax. I couldn't imagine this game would beat BoF 2. I think it's in striking distance now. I really do. Gravity Wave. What's that?
It's like you tapped into the universe itself.
I love how my powers specifically don't do anything to the allies. And yeah, I'm pretty sure that's literally Foos. The game has been being patched almost every other day, Sub-Zero. But it's all been bug fixes. It's good, but no content fixes so far. No Baldur's Gate 3, no Cyberpunk, no No Man's Sky, no FF14. Just bug fixes. I'm grabbing the mod. I think I agree. 20 powers. 20 powers. Every single one of them. Go to the dude. Unskippable docking animation. Talk to the dude. Get the quest for the location. Warp to the location. Probably get scanned on the way in. Unskippable landing cutscene. Find the place on the scanner. Walk to it slowly. Go through the things 20 billion times. 20 times all of that. How so, Sub-Zero? What has changed by that? We actually have a long-standing precedence of here's this part of the game that sucks, negative for the fact that it sucks, and then we mod it out. We've actually had to do that in some cases, because in some cases the games were literally unplayable. By the way, I do think we might actually have our most disappointing game of the year. And it's February. Actually, I do not plan to put the cheat flag up for this, as I usually don't for stuff like this. Anytime it's a means to an ends thing, that's not actually cheating, so no. Now, if I turn on invincibility or give myself level 50, then yeah, no, that's cheating, but this isn't cheating, no. The old example is if I have to run in a circle for 10 minutes in order to, or 10 minutes, 10 hours to progress, or I use a cheat to immediately skip past that step, that's not actually cheating. Means to an ends is what we call that. Interesting, von Falkenstein. So yeah, triple negative. Let's just lock that in. You know, that makes sense. You know one thing I could say about Drakengard? It's shorter. It is. Think about it. A lot of games are shorter than this, actually. Does Drakengard have better voice acting? Yes. Fa la 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 la. Fa la 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 la. The Watchers. But seriously, unironically, yes. At least there's terrible, ridiculous voice acting in Drakengard as opposed to this. So how would I fix the section where you get hatch the sparkly clouds? Actually, that's really easy. It is the exact same fix we are currently employing. You walk in and you catch one. Done. Now, having said that, what I would prefer, if you want to, I know this is this brand new concept that Bethesda has never heard of before. It's called gameplay. Maybe add some actual goddamn gameplay to the effect. So maybe make it a little bit of a light puzzle thing. Maybe make it an encounter. Maybe make it a physics thing. Like, the most obvious thing here is Breath of the Wild. You ever played Breath of the Wild? No, of course you haven't. Nobody's played that game. But there's these shrines, and each shrine has its own challenges. And each challenge is relatively unique, and each one has some variety. So you go in, you do the challenge, you get the thing, cool. Instead of this. Actually, yes, Kieran Elior. Fun fact, by the nature of how we do this, doing something like this to speed up the game is actually going to cost the game more in terms of score, by design. Who's gotten worse, Bethesda or BioWare? Well, that's a tough question. Because BioWare's put out Anthem, and Bethesda put out Starfield. And that's a hell of a thing when we're comparing those two games side by side. And I think that's all I'm going to say about that. Yes, I did, Spartan. You're welcome. Anthem is shorter than this. Yeah, but you can beat the game pretty quickly, Roxy.
I have something for you when you have a moment.
Anthem did not have good gunplay, no. No, you know what Anthem had going for it? The jetpack and flying. Legitimately. It's the only positives that game got when we reviewed it last time. Now, granted, that was the old system, so it doesn't count. But the jetpack was actually pretty cool. Doubly funny since it wasn't even intended to be in the game to begin with. But, you know, whatever. Outer Worlds also has superpowers, if you remember. Well, superpower. Also known as brain damage. Oh god, I don't know, Act. That's a good question. You get like a time slow. You get VATS. But it allows you to do some really funny stuff in combat. And, you know, Andromeda at least had fun jetpack and vehicle and combat and builds. This is more padding game. Thank you. Now that looks like that is not working then. Excellent. Cool. Hold on. I feel like the astronauts act. Yeah, I might as well break early. And by break, I mean spend some time trying to fix this mod, because I'd really like to mod this out. So, let's See you in a bit, guys. Who's ready for number 16, huh?